now, and we're gonna go ahead and hop in for some Project Zomboid. And for those who missed the last stream and go, wait a second, this doesn't look like Ling. Ling did die. We had a helicopter, and the helicopter part went totally fine. But when we went back to our base, it had drug zombies to our base, and it was one of those things that by the time I got back to the base from the helicopter, it was like pitch black. It was trying to just like, you know, kill the 1 or 2 zombies next to me or whatever to try and, you know, sneak off a quick sleep so I could get back to daytime. And unfortunately, it was just too dark to see. And I was fighting one zombie, and I could hear another one, but I couldn't figure out where the heck it was because it was just way too dark. And it did ultimately get a hold of me. That I did get grabbed and bitten. So we started our new run here with Evan, who has had amazing RNG. Like, we are only 2.8 days in, or sorry, 2 days and 8 hours in. I've already got a hiking bag, I've got a radio, I've got the emergency channel. We don't really have a secure source of water yet, which is kind of a problem. And what we're trying to do... Oh, right, we had a meta event that dragged... I'm trying to get this farm up here because there's sheep. And my hope here is that I will be able to get into this place pretty quick. Get ourselves some water and all that. If things go bad, and I gotta just get water now kind of thing, I can go straight east from where we're at right this moment, and there is water over there. It's a hike though, so I can't wait till last second. Oh, that's still more. I thought we had moved more of them away. Huh. Yeah, so we're gonna need to clear those before we're going in anywhere. Alright. We also got a frying pan and a bunch of other goodies. Alright, well that didn't last long. Why am I moving so slow? Am I just forgetting how bad my might be? Well, no, because we're only at nimble 1 on the arc. Well, that didn't go well at all. Did we have extra weapons? I don't want to use the pan. I want to save that. We did. We had a tire iron. Okay. It really feels like you've got an extra slow on me. Like that both my attack speed and my stuff is slow. It might not be. Oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about the last death. That's normal. You messed up sleep pattern? Welcome to the club. Yeah, it's a very good chance I got to do some back and forth to the river. I didn't have spare tire irons. I do believe I had spare wrenches. Because we had found an ambulance that was working, and we went over and drove it as far as we could, but it didn't get very far. It was a wreck when we got it, and so it had a blowout, and I had to leave it behind. We did mark where it was on the map, because it does have a trailer and everything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Probably set that to this. Okay. But yeah, so as you can see, we're trying to pick away at them little by little. I'm almost certainly going to have to back off and go for water before we get through it. But that's okay. That's going to be an ongoing thing. We didn't see very many zombies in that area. Not nearly as much as the other areas. So we should be relatively okay with it. You know, I got these rabbits running around just tormenting me. Do you plan to base in the same spot? No, I've been making the deliberate decision to not base in the same spot. You know, till we've explored the map a bit and learned it. Like, we're in the same general region of the map, but I am doing a different spot each time. Hey, Draconic, how's it going? Yeah, so we're dealing with that a little bit. It's been a pretty chill day. Yeah, so our muscle strain's not gonna relieve pretty quick. We are just trying to chip away at that. It'd be nice to get in a safe place, but I think it is gonna be one of those situations where I'm just gonna have to nitpick at it. I don't think we could sneak in here and just pick off one or two. Nah, it's a pretty big group. It's fine. Yeah, so when we start to get to the next tier higher in Thirst, we'll back off and do that. Is it max pop day 1? Yes. That's also another reason why I'm not doing a bunch of stuff like turning up the muscle strain even higher and all that. Is we are already doing a pretty significant challenge run as is. It's kind of like RimWorld that you can do like challenge on top of challenge on top of challenge on top of challenge. But it does just become a thing where, what if the game was a billion times slower? Or often just more tedious. Because I've made the mistake of doing like the no loot run and all that, where like literally loot doesn't spawn into your world. So you have to forage for everything. It can be fun from an interesting side of point of view, but it really is just like, okay, every single day, get ready to forage for several in-game hours, because that's what you got to do. Alright, so keep dropping down to minor pain, which is good. There's I'm only killing like one or two and then backing off and then resting. I'm just trying to manage that muscle strain. I wonder if maybe the way, so the devs added it where you had like the random, for Product Zomboid, you had the random like visibility, hearing, walking speed, and all that. And I think it was the idea is like make this style of gameplay not quite as significant, where, you know, the zombies do just very carefully, you can pull them in groups of 1 or 2. I think they wanted to try to avoid that. I think the problem is the range, well, that didn't last long, the range difference that you have by default between the different speeds is just too great. And that just, like, the too slow is just too slow by comparison to regular speed. I don't think they're too fast as Fast Shambler. So it almost makes me feel like the answer might be to have, like, slow Shambler have a little bit of a range to it, and Fast Shambler to have a little bit of a range to it. So they're all not exactly the same. There's a little bit more variance without going to the full on, like, different tiers. Alright, so let's go ahead, and we're gonna get thirsty here soon. So I'm going to start trying to cut to the east real fast just to see how far I got to go for fluids. Because we're over here and we know there's a river over this area somewhere that I'm going to need to be able to reach. Let's see, if you had to pick an occupation, what is the overall best? Which would you pick? That is one of those questions that doesn't have a good answer in the sense that there's just a lot of good choices, and it depends on what you're doing, on what's the better picks. For right now, I would definitely try and go out of my way to get 1 maintenance and 1 nimble, or more. And you do not want to run extremely low strength or fitness. But as far as like, oh, what occupation, that's a very preference thing. Yeah, it's gonna be back up anywhere, getting drowsy. Like, that's gonna be entirely preference. If you're looking for ones that are good, they may have been renamed. So no lower than 3 strength? I mean, you can decide your cutoff for yourself. The big thing to be careful of is if your strength is too low, your carry weight will become incredibly obnoxious to deal with. And that is something to be aware of. That is a significant consequence. Three is fine though. You're not gonna get a huge amount of strength that early game. Not without like doing a bunch of stuff. I was not really expecting to be more than like 2 of you here. I was actually surprised to see 1, let alone a group. Trying to get to hit one of the ones. There we go. So Nuts just stomping her thigh. I'm actually stomping on the zombies like head and chest. Yeah, it's a little worrisome that we're seeing zombies in those trees. It's kind of counting on being able to cut through there, and I still can, but if there's gonna be a bunch of zombies in those trees, that becomes a way riskier prospect. And these zombies that got pulled around as we're fighting are starting to fan out a little. That's not really what I was hoping for. I'd kind of hoped to be able to have this handled before it got dark. Yeah, it's way more force than I was really anticipating. Because somewhere over here will be the river. They're not planning on basing up right in the shore of the river again, but I need to be able to reach it to get water. I do have a zombie following me. I'm hoping it just to ditch it. This fighting in this dark is just not a good idea. If this game had necromorphs instead of zombies, it would be nearly impossible to play. Random, but okay. I mean, I could also argue it's like if this game had werewolves or insert any other, you know, much more dangerous enemy, sure. You're not wrong. So I see that the water's right here. Alright, now let's follow the river a little bit. Because we're not sleepy yet. And that is definitely not a journey we want to be making daily. That to me, that journey we just took to drink water, I'm going to lose a lot of time fighting, just going back and forth trying to get that water. Okay. Have you used the inventory Tetris mod before? No. Generally speaking, I run my games mostly vanilla. So any mods that like make very significant changes to the game, most of the time the answer is going to be I haven't. There's exceptions, like I have done cryogenic winter and all that. And thank you, Named. I do appreciate it. But yeah, so like I haven't done... Well, actually, that's not true. I don't normally run it, but when I did the event with Big Bad Badger with the what's the word? Extraction? The extraction style gameplay, we did have the inventory Tetris mod there, I believe. But no, as far as me playing on my own outside of that, though, nah. I'll try and preserve those batteries as best I can. Did you take Cat's Eyes? Yes. Because it is not a fun experience to watch someone when you can't see what's happening on the screen. Yeah, this is the same run of the ambulance. Unfortunately, the ambulance, we had a tire blow out because it was a wreck when I picked it up. So the tire did not last very long. So we did get it, you know, a good ways down the road, but then, you know, we blew out the tire and then it wouldn't go anymore. So we left it. Hey, Uncoiled. How's it going? Still can't see a thing? I know, like, I've debated putting back in my thing that, makes it, like, turns up the gamma, like, 10-20%. It's just one of those things that I'm never gonna get to the point of turning it on and off day to nighttime. And people said, oh, well, you can have chat doing all that. I'm like, no, the problem with that is chat will troll and turn it on to the bright during the day, and if I put a cooldown, that doesn't solve that problem. If I put in, like, redeem limits, it doesn't solve that problem, and yada yada. But I used to run it where I had a filter on the screen to turn up the gamma about 10% just to make it a little bit easier for everyone to see. Because it is a thing to, like, worry about as a content creator. It's like, sure, having it dark. You can set to mods only. Yeah, but that means I have to have the mods literally hover over it to turn it on and turn it off and turn it on and turn it off. And I appreciate all the work that the mods do, but I think that's getting to be a little bit too much of an ask for so far much as just a lot of busy work. Ooh. Hello. Wait, is this the same log cabin that last time was completely overrun with zombies? This is. So I had actually dodged this one. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's a... Okay, that is not what I expected to see in there. The other one, the door was ripped off. Okay, hang on. There's still no door. Huh. There's still no door, which is really not good, and this weird, like, little fence thing. Not gonna work too great. We got ourselves a can opener. That's a big win. So there's pros and cons here. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? Wait, do you not have a light switch? Oh. You just got that tiny little light there. Okay. Alright, I mean... It's a shame we didn't find any, like, fishing poles or anything. Okay. You can pick up light switches? Yeah, no, I can't remember what you need for those, but yeah. So, like, the layout of this place kinda sucks. But that's fine. Okay. So that's interesting. Like, I hadn't really anticipated this spot being available to us. Because I want to say our ambulance is really not far from here. Yes, there's no door on the place. Oh, I've got multiple water bottles. Oh, I should be filling these water bottles up. What am I doing? Yeah, last run died. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. I also just realized I had multiple wrenches. Yeah, that was the thing. I kind of wrote this place off because our last big run we were at the cultist place. This place is just completely overrun. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother going over there. That place is all overrun. But in this particular case, like, no, you know what? This is actually gonna work out pretty well. Right now, just leave that there. Okay. Because our ambulance, I want to say, is very not far from here. Hey, JD, thank you so much for the Christmas wishes as well. I do appreciate it. Hope you had yourself a good one. Is that, well, it did look like it was clean, and I'm not sure if it's unlimited or not. We'll see. We'll see if it, like, weirdly loses water when things turn off. But yeah, so with this, we do have the potential of retrieving our vehicle and all that. I did see that zombie back there.
Hey.
All right. So we can start with this being our base. Like, I'd start pushing that, that sheep pasture. How do we die this time? It was still the other one. This is still the character that had the ambulance. We haven't started yet a new run yet. Oh yeah. No, if you're looking for the one, if you do last death, it'll have the clip. The long story short is we did a helicopter event. And just with the helicopter event, while that part went totally fine, we got back to base and there were zombies inside our base. And it was like, by the time I got back from the helicopter, it was just so dark I couldn't really make anything out. I was fighting a zombie. Could hear there was another zombie around me somewhere, but I couldn't figure out where. And just since I couldn't see anything, it wasn't worth it for me to just like start arbitrarily running in random directions. I might be running into zombies as opposed to away from them. So I was trying to figure out which way that was to go and like deal with them, but I just couldn't see it. So I just got bit. Okay, so one thing we might be able to take advantage of this time is I think this spot will be pretty well secured when it comes to water, or like, we'll have water handled. Yeah, no, we had the butter and we had that all sorted, so I was pretty sorry to see her go. We already know where we can actually, before I forget. Okay. So before we get, let's go symbols. We got turkeys. We've got sheep. We've got, I think it's here, is the pigs. Where's the pig symbol? Doesn't look like there is one. Congratulations. You get to be pig. right now. Yeah, so we've got a couple different animals we found. We also have up here. This is supposedly the cow field. We didn't actually see the cows this time, so I don't know what that's about. And then we got chickens over there. So, well, actually, I'm sorry, that's not where the chickens are. I can't remove it either. I don't have an eraser. Yeah, so you get the idea. And I do have the ambulance with a trailer that's semi-stocked down there, too. Alright. Let's see, if you make it 1 year, you're growing crops and collecting water? Yeah. This is how you lived? No, you still die, you just delayed it really long. Yeah, no, the person posted right above you. If you gotta wait, you gotta wait. It's just a thing, because otherwise what'll end up happening is we'll just have it, like, the clip being posted again and again. So yeah, I know it was just posted a moment ago. You can probably just scroll up and catch it. If not, like, you gotta wait. But yeah, it's darkness. Darkness is scary. It's a bad time. Okay, so what I want to see if we can do is our van is missing a tire. And I believe it was over here somewhere that we saw a truck. Well, no, I broke the tire, and so we definitely can't. I was gonna say, I wanted to see if there's a way that I could try to get one of the wheels from it, but yeah, no, we can't, actually. How far down the road is the ambulance? A little ways, right? It's not super down there, but it is a little bit of a trek. So interestingly enough, when we were fighting the, oh, we didn't get to check out that van. Oh, no, wait, we did pop into the van, right? That the van did not have a key. Because that van up there was not a wreck. So if we can manage to snag a key from the van, there is a very real chance I get a vehicle that's actually usable for a little while. Gas will certainly be a problem, but what that might end up being is one of those situations that we figure out the nearest gas station, we attack that from the van, that way we can get the van set up there, and then we'd end up having the priority be just trying to, just trying to have, like, a generator getting that to happen. We are finding a ridiculous amount of clay right now, and I am A-okay with it. Well, that's the thing. When I tried to move it before, I was holding W and it wasn't moving. Yeah, because this is, I think, where we were when we got the trailer. I'm pretty sure these zombies were covering that trailer. I killed them, so I could snag the trailer from that truck. Yeah, so there's nothing I can do with these, really. Yeah, because I actually took the trunk off of that. I was starting to take apart that car, being like, oh, heck yeah. I can take apart this car. I can get the things we're looking for. Oh, did I mark where that cabin was? Okay, so cabin's there. So right now, that's home. Alright. Because, yeah, we'll see if we can't get the van to roll back up here. I tried to move it the last time and I couldn't. We even have Speed Demon, which I believe makes it so you can move those a bit easier than you otherwise would. Because even if I could just get it to the cabin, it gives me a place to use storage. It does have a gurney in it. And so I could use that as sort of a base of operations. Is he discarding foraging? Yeah, discarding stuff you forage does not give you XP. Oh, these? That's the only mod I'm running minimal display bar. It's basically giving me the information behind these. We were using those for troubleshooting something the other day, and I just, you know, they're still there. I'm probably going to go in here and go into the options, turn off a bunch of those bars, and clean it up. Yeah, so this is the van we have. And the problem we ran into was just the fact that we had a tire blow up because it is a wreck. So I'm kind of low-key hoping... Oh, you're already full? Well, that's not ideal. Okay, does it get better without this? They don't have a jack to try and move tires around. But the problem is with the one back wheel, it's not... It's just spinning in place. Like, weirdly, I can make it back up real well. Yeah, so that's not gonna work. I can't move it, unfortunately. Seeing what in here I care about to grab. I'd love to grab that gurney. It's more meme than useful though, so like it's going to stay there for right now. We already read those. Honestly, at 8. Probably just shove it in the other bag. No, I can't. Alright, well. Oh no, it didn't come with the trailer. We attached the trailer. But we found the trailer and we added it to it. Yeah, I'd love to take it, but right now, with it missing that tire, I can't really move it. It doesn't want to drive. If I had lost a front tire, we could finesse it. But that wasn't a thing. Now, we stole the trailer from this truck up here. I'm gonna drop both of those. There comes some endurance. I need a jack, unfortunately. I had a tire iron, but I broke it fighting. But without the jack and the tire iron, I can't pick off a tire. I can if I find a jack and a tire iron. Like I said, I did use a tire iron to fight, and then broke it fighting. Oh yeah, you'll find most of the physical activities, just regardless of what they are, cause muscle strain now. I'm just gonna be pushing our muscles to the extreme. We're also gonna cut from straight south of the cabin to get an idea what we're looking at in these woods. Wait, did I not pick you up? Because we can also walk up this road and maybe we'll get lucky and see like another car that has a jack and a tire iron or is in slightly better shape where we can kind of transfer stuff between it. It's unlikely, but I've had more ridiculous. A fireplace poker. All right, I'm down. Did they do an update that I failed to notice? Because it suddenly feel like I'm getting entirely different things foraging and all that. And it could just be literally just RNG kind of things. I mean, it is location-based, but this is the location we foraged before. Alright, we're doing something that's kind of dangerous right now. I am carrying entirely too much for a distance. Which is just really bad. And the reason it's really bad is if I get into a fight with one zombie, I can push them over and start stomping on them, and we'll probably be fine. If we get like 2 or 3 more though, because I'm going to be max exertion, max overload, and I could drop the bag and all that really fast, it's part of the reason I like using the bag so much. It does mean we'll be like too exhausted to properly fight and probably too exhausted to get away. Because that's one of the things that get you killed is just too slow to do anything. The egg icon is basically telling me my hit points are low. And that's because I'm carrying too much. So my character's hurting their back. It's fine. I hear minor spinal injuries build character. And that there's definitely not long-term ramifications that, you know, could potentially be lifelong or anything like that. I'm being very sarcastic with that. Spinal injuries are awful. Let's see, what can you build with a broken long stick? So I can carve a broken long stick into a small or medium handle. There's probably other things I could do with it, but I know I can make it into a small or medium handle, and while I can't do that yet, I'm going to want to get my carving up and have that as a solution eventually. So one of the things I'm hoping we can do here is even if I don't clear that farm that we saw the sheep at, I could potentially see after we get ourselves rope and all that, maybe I would be able to just sneak up to one of the places that cows or sheep or something else is at, grab a couple on the rope and drag them away. So, like, sneakily steal their livestock. And then the challenge will be giving them water and all that. I'd have to go and manage to snag some troughs, which will probably be harder. But honestly, if I could either, one, distract the zombies long enough I could tear down the trough, shove it in a bag, and just deal with it. Or, you know, fight our way in. I do feel like in this instance, we're going to go after, like, not for our base, but for the first area to clear would probably be the cultist area just to our north. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, going south here is fine, because this road goes right through here. And we got really good visibility here. So this is... I don't like that I saw that zombie over there, and that zombie. That displeases me. What are you? Because like I said, we're super duper overburned and exhausted. So literally single digit zombies are a very real threat to me right now. Like one I can manage as long as it doesn't get the jump on me. So the other one was right here, so I'm gonna try and stick to this left. That definitely means the next in-game day, we basically just wanted to go down and retrieve the best goodies. Well, I hayed down here. And I was actually trying to draw that zombie out of the trees on the main road down there. It didn't take the bait, but that's okay. I did notice there was no light switch in here. Alright. Alright, so when is your growing season, garlic? August, September, October. So we actually, it's too early to grow that. That's interesting. So no garlic yet. That's next month. We drop that off. I'm pretty sure I hear a zombie nearby. I'm hoping it'll just give me space long enough for me to deal with all this garbage. Alright. I probably want those flint nodules, don't I? Okay, so we're not overburdened. And disable that for right now. His added bonus is I can cook in the fireplace, unless something's changed. So I basically have something I can use for cooking. I can use that for light if I really want to burn lots of fuel. I have a sink here. Like, eventually that sink won't do me any good, but I can just go out here, and as long as I have something I can boil some water in, that's good enough. Okay. So I got a lot of water on me. We got some weapons. This little light here won't last. Yeah, the curtains are a problem. I think I could live without the curtains though. But that's fine. Because nowadays curtains are a mixed bag. On one hand, you can break line of sight with the zombies and that's really good. On the other hand, that ends up being your main source of light a lot of times as your windows. So, little A, little B on that one. Can you make animals candles? Not that I'm aware of, but don't hold me to it that you can't, because I haven't done enough testing in the crafting area.
Hey! 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 Hey!
I hear you. There you are. Let's get another one up by the yellow tree to the right.
Hey!
Alright, so one thing we're probably going to want to do is we might not get a lot of zombies here. So let's go out of our way to rip some of these clothes early, while I got zombies right on our front doorstep. And then that way we have those, like, tossed in the cupboard there. I don't know how those are gonna look. They're gonna look ridiculous, but we're gonna try it anyways. Alright. Yeah, maybe we don't keep the gloves. Because the rest of our outfit is basically the paramedic's outfit. How do you get tailoring XP? You, like, nowadays, almost all the crafting skills require you to actually do the crafting. So you can't do like we used to do where you just sat there and you just piled and you ripped up a bunch of stuff till you got enough levels, and then you just go back forth, like, patch stuff up, take it off, patch it off, take it off, patch it up. You have to actually do the tailoring skill itself. I don't know how easy or hard or otherwise it's gonna be, but you just get the idea. That's what I want. Crafting wise. I don't really want to do the spears, but we're going to need those to continue to level up our carving. Because when I get the long sticks, I can build a tent. And when I have a tent, I can literally just toss what's effectively a bed in my backpack. It only weighs like, it's something like 1 encumbrance. I'll make 4 of those, because I am going to want 4 of them for the tent, and then we'll stop with that. Shortening jeans gives it? Gotcha. Okay. For right now, I'll just toss those over here.
Hey! Hey!
I'm deliberately
Hey!
making noise here because we've seen
Hey!
some zombies in these trees. I'm just trying to draw them out.
Hey! Hey!
Can you
Hey!
fortify the front door? Not yet. I don't have materials. I don't have an axe to cut down trees. I don't have, like, anything else to, like, really do much of meaning yet.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Alright.
Hey!
I'm curious how that iron poker is
Hey!
gonna work. Because that's the first time I've seen that. One would assume an iron poker
Hey!
would hold up relatively well.
Hey! 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 Hey!
I wonder if animals will
Hey!
only exclusively eat from the feeding trough.
Hey!
Or if it is one of those things that
Hey!
if I have like a rain pail that also drank from that, like any
Hey!
of those kind of containers. I'm gonna guess it's only the feeding trough, but
Hey!
I haven't tested.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Alright, so we go back
Hey!
to the north. We have the cultist
Hey!
area. We've got their booth in that
Hey!
van. The booth still has lots of fresh fruit,
Hey!
so we can work on killing
Hey!
the zombies up there. Maybe
Hey!
snag some of that fresh fruit, maybe get some weapons,
Hey!
work on our maintenance skill, get some
Hey!
zombies out of the immediate area.
Hey!
I think this spot will work out
Hey!
for a number of reasons.
Hey!
Another thing that might be worth it doing just to reveal it is potentially exploring this river to the
Hey!
right. I'm guessing the way this
Hey!
area looks is we have the river comes aside, goes up.
Hey!
Which means my entire north area is blocked by the
Hey!
river. And then I think because the river goes down
Hey!
on the east side as well, that would imply that, you know, I don't have to worry about the east side. So I would still run from still run into zombies coming from the south and the west, which is, you know, not unexpected.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Alright, so we're gonna really struggle here
Hey!
until we reach a point that, we get our first or second point in strength.
Hey!
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this every time. I'm just kind of going on a little
Hey!
binger real fast, back and forth. Just trying to draw out any zombies that are chilling
Hey!
in the trees up here. All right. Yeah, because they fully expect revealing this area and that over there. It's not gonna actually change anything, just so much give me information. I think that's where we grabbed the ambulance from. And once again, carrying too much. Yeah, I want to say the ambulance is smashed into this car. And we dispatched them up there. Yeah, because we broke this window to get into the car. Okay. That's a lug wrench. That's one of the two things I would need to do that. I don't think we keep going up there. I'm at a very overloaded. And I believe I already stole your radio, right? Yep. So we got ourselves a thing for replacing a tire. I still need a jack, though. Which I don't recall being particularly rare. Yeah, no, I haven't. I've only been fortunate. I think I've only had one, maybe two times I've had to jump out of a second story window since I started playing. That, like, I actually had to. There have been times that, like, we were horsing around and memeing that I've jumped out of a second story window, usually killing the character because it was just a short, whatever, garbage run kind of thing. Just, you know, trying to do 16 times pop and start inside the mall and just see if we can hold on, like, silly stuff like that. That, you know, you got into trouble, or I had some challenge to get something out of, like, a very high-density spot and, like, move on. There was, like, a scavenger hunt challenge we did at one point that the gist of it was you're supposed to go to a number of pretty spicy locations and retrieve something, and that you could slowly and meticulously clear your way in, grab the thing, and leave. Or you could basically do a smash and grab. And the attempts I did for it, I was like, okay, doing this in the slow, meticulous way is going to take me, like, literal months. So we just went to the hardest thing there was, smash and grab, then when I pulled that off, the rest wasn't so bad. Like, I think I did the entire run in one stream because we just didn't bother fighting anything. Like, I want to say there was, like, a Santa statue or something in the mall, and there was, like, there was something at the prison. They basically just took a handful of, like, the really dangerous locations. And it was the mall was the one that's like, alright, there's no real good way for me to mitigate the risk on this one. Like, the mall is the mall. It's just gonna be super dense. Versus, like, the prison is one of those things that, like, you could go around the back, and it was only, like, one or two rooms. So I remember, I think I just pulled up to the front, started slamming the horn on a vehicle I didn't care about, ran around back, grabbed the item, and ran back out. Alright, so get all that part of the river revealed, I'm pretty much thinking. Yeah, I need to read their newspapers. That's bad. I definitely, without question, heard a zombie there. Alright. I need to not keep carrying too much. We've already passed... That zombie would have been over here somewhere. Not to say there isn't another one in here somewhere. Ah, thank goodness. That's strength 1. Or 2, whatever it is. It's gonna be strength 1, it's this early. I leveled strength. So yeah, so our max carry weight will be 7 instead of 6, which will help tremendously. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to have my excursion, deploy, go out, whatever you want to call it bag. I need to make it way leaner on stuff so I can actually go grab things. Part of it is we are foraging and grabbing every stick, stone, and branch and all that for the most part we can right now, because I am going to need them all. But in the short term, I'm going to be just kind of hoarding them. But I do think what the plan's going to be is to, So, there wasn't much in the way of loot that I care about at the cultist area, now I think about it. The main building had a couple of books. It did have some planks and stuff upstairs, which was nice and all. But it was mostly stuff like food that rotted right away, because there's no AC. And then garbage I don't care about. So for the number of zombies there, it's one of those things I feel like I could put a lot of work and then get stuff that I'm genuinely not going to do anything. You tried watching on YouTube, but it just seems to be an open out. Yeah, it is unfortunate the streaming side of YouTube is pretty garbage. Like, the video side's usually fine, but the streaming side is pretty garbage. Alright. We can trim the sapling. We can twist a rope. All right. We could sharpen some spears. Alright, so you can go here. The berries in there, broken stick in here, clay in there, rope in here, spears in here. Twigs can go in here. And go over here to the broken sticks. And chuck those in there. Alright. I know I don't need more than one bottle of water. Yeah, no, I should probably... Well, that's gonna be interesting when I stand up. I definitely need to, deal with that. It's especially a bit of an issue just because of distance and all that. So let's go ahead and for right now, underneath here, we'll put the glass bottle. I'll grab one of these back. Oh, looks like the water got turned off. That sink had a limited supply. Yeah, so it looks like that's just playing fine there. So those are your new unlimited water sources, the actual pumps. Yeah, infinite clean water. So that's actually really strong. Look, I'm recovering my exertion. Just let me be. Yeah, so I need to stop hoarding stuff is what I need to do. That's gonna be a big problem. You can clean rags too? This is true. This is true. I am capable of cleaning the rags now. So I've been not doing that. I could grab these rags. I can go over here. It's actually not giving me the choice to do that. Huh. What happens if we go to sink? Nope. The other character died yesterday. Came back from a helicopter event and was just... Base had a bunch of zombies in it. Couldn't really make out what was going on because it's just too dark, because that's just when I got back from the zombie event. And you get where the rest of that goes. Yeah, so right now... Actually, right now we'll keep eating the berries and all that. We'll let that sit there. And that'll be fine. Does lemongrass go stale? I haven't seen it go stale yet, but it does have the fresh tag, and usually anything with the fresh tag is capable of going stale. Can you play this without helicopter events? Sure, but it will get very boring. Because that's kind of the thing. Without the helicopter events and meta events to kind of move the zombies around, there's nothing to throw you off balance. So it is kind of just run up, kill a few zombies, back off, run up, kill a few zombies, back off. And no... I was thinking as a starter? Nah, generally speaking, you do that kind of stuff and it will make the game very trivialized very quickly. There was another log over here I was going to grab. But yeah, no, unfortunately the only settings you get by default for the helicopter is you get no helicopter, forward explanatory, there's no helicopter. Once, which is a helicopter shows up somewhere between day 6 and like 8, usually. Does its little laps and it never comes back. Sometimes, which it will show up, all of them will show up the first time at that 6 to 8 days. but then it could show up as soon as 10 days after that. And then it could be anywhere farther out from that. And then you have often, which I want to say it could show up as often as like 7 days apart. So you really like, it's really kind of an on-off switch, or you get it at day 6 or 8. Not really a whole lot you can do with it, unfortunately. All right. Yeah. No, that's very genuinely I turn it this way, try hard. But yeah, no, generally speaking, when you're playing on without like the helicopter and all that, the game gets extremely predictable. The zombies don't really move around much. It's stuff like the helicopter and the med events are the things that are those wild cards that say, hey, you know that situation you got and it's all sorted and nice and level and easy? What if it wasn't? And then you go, oh crap, and you just gotta try and make it work. Did you not eat it? All right. Let's see, does anyone know where to delete all your browse local files to play Build 42? You want to play it, it's just not working, you don't know what to do. I mean, you could do the right-click verify. Like, if you're just trying to access it, it's under your beta settings. Otherwise, you can go in and try and, like, verify your files, that kind of thing. But like you shouldn't have to jump through any major hoops. Well, you do exclamation mark build 42. I believe we have a whole thing that's like go to Steam, go to properties, choose beta, you know, choose the unstable branch. That should be everything. My only advice is do not go through and turn on mods. Like right now it's very, very, very earlier. Let's use the alternate launcher when you launched and that worked. Yeah, I didn't have to do that, but if you do, you do. Like, that's the whole thing. What is that water pump? It was just here. It's just like an underground water pump. It's the kind you go and you push the lever a bunch of times and it'd spray water out and you'd push the lever button. You had to use borderless windowed to get 1440p. Gotcha. Yeah, no, don't be surprised there's like weirdness. And as far as where I am on the map, if you remember where I played like 2 runs ago, this is the cultist area right up here on the other side of this lake. This is Echo Creek, which actually, while we're here, I think that's spawn. I think that's the house we spawned in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's spawn. We saw, I think, chickens up here. The cows, we didn't see the cows themselves, but that was a cow field. Yeah, if you care about any of your existing saves, back them up, because they might be forfeit. That is, I was trying to use that symbol for pigs. We don't seem to have a pig symbol up here, which is weird. So I had pigs over there. Turkeys here, sheep there. I want to say we might have had chickens down here as well. I'm not confident in that, but I'll mark that. I think we didn't have animals over here, but yeah, so we got a trailer and like we have the ambulance stuck down there. We got some goodies. Oh, you sighed and scared the crap out of me because I knew I wasn't paused. I heard the sigh, I was like, no! Please! You don't know how to do all that stuff? Yeah, not those things. If you don't know how to do stuff, it's probably best you just look it up on YouTube. Trying to teach you in text is going to be much harder than if you pull up a video, it's like click here, then click there kind of thing. Because at least they can use visual cues as well, which is something we can't really help you out with too much. Yeah, sadly has no door on it. I didn't board those windows up. That's just where it is. Where is this? If you remember where the cultist camp we were at a couple runs ago, it's literally the opposite side of the lake of that. And one thing is, as we do this, we'll start clearing out the area we've been here. So we're going to be moving up towards the little fruit stand and all that. Yep, yeah, that's where I started. We also had the other run. Do I want to jog this run more? I'm going to try jogging a bit more to save us time. That's probably not the move, because it's going to burn a bunch of endurance. But honestly, I don't really want to walk this whole way again and again. And the reason this is bad is we've already gotten ourselves, just jogging the short way, I'm already at halfway to exerted. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or I guess they call it out of breath now. Okay. And we're getting pretty close to exerted, so let's back off this. Turn back on search mode. We'll pick up some goodies while walking. I'll probably have to sit down and rest. Genuinely, I might steal that stool and put it on the far end of this path, since I'm going to have to run this path a lot. Alright. Alright. That one got me. I had no idea there was a zombie there. Just sudden violins. Usually the zombies are loud enough, they're like, oh, here comes the zombie, and that one is just, poof, surprise zombie. But it's also why normally I try and stay at least a little distance away from the trees if I'm not deliberately cutting through them or something. Just because of stuff like that. Because you can imagine if I was up against that tree and I got shocked like that, where we just didn't know there's a zombie on the other side of it, then it's over. Then it's new run time. Alright, so before we start going up the road, let's sit down. Recoup that endurance. Yeah, this is where it's like usually walking is just more efficient. I could have just walked that distance that we ran and probably made better time because I didn't have to stop. It's fine. Plus, we could just keep foraging in the meantime. Because you never know when the thing that you find ends up being, like, a really good weapon or something like that. The big thing is going to be getting that strength up. And I'm going to let ourselves push a little bit overburned. If we actually see the zombies up ahead, I can just drop my bag in the ground, deal with the zombies, and then pick back up where we're done. Let's see, today a horde pushed you so far down the road that you had to sleep in a random house, and by the time you finished walking back to fight the main horde, you were already tired. Yeah, that kind of stuff happens. Potato. Oh, you know what I bet? And think of this. I bet you the first month we're in, this, the June-July time frame, I bet foraging has a really big bonus in those months. Because I know, like, the inverse is true. That when you get to the winter months, foraging, there's just way less stuff just in general. So it's kind of go hard in the foraging while it's rich. Just gotta sleep under a tree night? Hey, you gotta do it. That's one of the things that gets people killed in the game, is they'll get pushed away from their base, like, no, I need to get where it's safe, like that kind of thing. And they'll keep fighting and getting worn down, they'll keep fighting and getting worn down, and fighting and worn down, trying to find anywhere that they can get, you know, to a safe spot or whatever. And it's like, nah, man, there's a point where you just go, you know what? Me running around with all these negative moodles is more dangerous than me wrapping myself under a tree and calling it a night and hope we wake up in the morning. Because, like, to that extent, when I, like, genuinely with that last character, if I wanted to actually, like, really help with my survival, the moment I realized we had zombies down by the base, I should have cut down to the southwest where I knew we had that empty field and just gone way out there, you know, went into some trees, or, like, gone to the highway way to the northeast, just gone to the woods, gone to sleep, got a crap sleep, come back knowing my cows would be scattered and everything like that, and I just have to do cleanup. I could have done that perfectly safely versus trying to be like, okay, I just need to knock down the one or two and catch a quick nap. Okay, so we're at heavy. So I'm gonna drop my bag. That's fine. That's because our bag is too heavy now. And I am going to come back for it, but I want to just go right up the road. We'll start fighting the zombies. Corpse sickness is still a thing in the game, yeah? You'd been fine in build 41? Probably. It probably wouldn't have been so dark that I couldn't make out what I was doing, and it probably would have been alright. Like, I'm not upset with that death at all. Like, you know, I made a bad call there. Fair enough. And then also, like, it was just kind of some, like, there's some bad decisions there, and there was being stubborn when I shouldn't. Which is what made the visibility more of a problem. Okay, so this place is really busy. We did drag a bunch of zombies away. To the north. But a bunch of them would have gone their way back. I think I checked that truck well. But I know I didn't check very carefully to see if there's like a key on the ground or anything like that. We also could have a key on the zombies nearby the truck. Or the van. Because that's not a wreck. If I can get that working, that's actually going to be probably a proper solid vehicle. Alright. Alright, so we've got the cultist key again. But that's not our goal. We're hoping to find the van key. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to get us all the way to Maintenance 1, but it's going to get us a lot of momentum towards that direction. Alright. We're just going to rest for a minute, get ourselves all recovered. Go in for more. Yes, they're spreading out more and more. That's fine. The more they do that, the more we can pull them easy. Because it'd be real nice if we managed to, like, forge up the key or something. Either find one of the zombies has the key or just forge it up entirely. Alright, grab the next set. Cool. Got you, and I got you. Endurance is still plenty fine. Alright, just slowly pulling them little by little. Let's open our shoes while we're here. The other goodie is we should get a probably pretty early short blunt 1 or 2. Which I do think will end up being one of the better skills in the long run. So you got 4 this time. just need to watch it because her muscle strain is getting high. Okay, first wrench gone. Cool. Let's get the broken wrench out of our inventory. I don't have my spare on me after that. I have just the one extra. I'll grab the electric. I'll grab the watch. I know that's the right move or not, but we'll look at it. So we'll want to take those apart for electrical over time. So at least you have the option to hotwire if nothing else. Okay. We're actually doing really good between, like, maybe in the garbage can too. Yeah, we can check stuff. Yeah, getting these wrenches early on was a real big win. Yeah, we're probably getting kind of to the limit of what our character can handle without, like, a real proper break. Because of the muscle strain. We got a couple left. We're not exerted yet. I'm honestly surprised we're not getting the really bad attack speed penalty from strain yet. We gotta be right on that fence. There it is. There's that attack speed penalty. Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. We gotta be pretty close to need to, like, to have our character take, like, a proper break. I'm hoping we won't need to check out the stalls and all that. Because that's all I'm trying to do is clear these zombies right here off the road. Because either A, I can use that van at some point. If we get lucky, we find keys or something like that. Or B, if not that, this area is out by the road. We can try and keep it clear so if I do end up passing by here a lot, I'll have to be tangling with zombies every time I roll through. The hope is somewhere around here as we circle around. And Foraging will pick up the key, because that can happen. All right. All right. Cool heart shirt again. No keys here. Get back to investigating the car. Yeah, so nothing there. We have a gas can in the trunk that might be worth grabbing. But nothing else in the car itself. The cake is rotten. The croissant is rotten. The peach is stale. I'm going to eat that right now. Gonna eat the stale cherry. We got a mango. And a pineapple. Nothing in the boxes. Just a roach in the trash. So it does appear that there is no key right around this. I'm going to do a little bit more of a wide search just for a second. Because I can get a little bit of distance from it. But that doesn't mean we will find a key, unfortunately. Yep, so no dice. If we do get to Mechanic 2 and Electrical 1, I believe, then we will be able to hotwire it. I'm curious what the car looks like. You know, honestly, it's not terrible. The engine's a little roughed up, which isn't great. But all in all, the car is not in good shape. It doesn't have gas, so I would have to move the gas from one place to the other. That said, it does have a gas can. I am going to take it. Which is going to overweigh us, but we can apparently fill up the gas cans with water the liquids rework. Bear with me, chat. We're in an ad break, and I just noticed it, and I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is... okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly, this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... the worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not...
What is going on?
a raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just really need to use the restroom. Okay, so we're gonna run it down here. We did drop our duffel bag in the middle of the road. So I'm gonna grab that. It's got some food in it, it's got some water, all those things. It is pretty nice how we managed to snag ourselves a mango and a pineapple out of this. Sadly, I was really hoping we'd get lucky with how ridiculous our luck has been this run. That we're going to get lucky and we're going to snag a key to that van. I'll grab that clay. We're going to overburden ourselves to the moon yet again. So Short Blunt is getting really close to level 1. Maintenance is already more than a third leveled. So yeah, based on what we have, we're not going to get that level 1 from what I've got right now. But we are going to get really close. So that'll be good. Because by getting maintenance 1 right away at the get-go means I don't have to sit there and run around and stomp zombies' face for a month and a half. And Senju Cookie popping in here with a 345 stream streak. Catch that 345 streams without missing a single one. Which is absurd beyond all belief. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. So you are full. Is there anything stale in here? No, let's go ahead and eat the poison berry first. We got ourselves a sip of water. Drop the watches in there, and the roach. And the mango, and the pineapple, and the broken stick is too much. What about the clay? The clay can go in there. Alright, so we've hit the max. Yeah, so we're gonna get exerted yet again. I am just killing my poor character's things. He is 100% cheating. It felt like it that way yesterday. Now, it's a shame. I actually didn't get to take most of the stuff with me. I still got the backpack. So that I got to keep. But, that ambulance, scoring the ambulance, if I would have been able to actually take it a little bit farther, that was a good find. It's a shame it was a wreck, so it lasted all of, like... I mean, you'll see, because it was what? The car was right down here? Yeah. So it lasted me all of... from right around here to there. So where people are like, the ambulance the thing, I got it from there to there, and then there was a trailer. So it isn't like it actually did that much for me in the long run. The loot in the trunk sure did a lot for me, or has done a lot for me. But the ambulance itself, because its tires were only at like a couple of % because it was a wreck, it just went down the road and immediately had a one of its tires pop and it wouldn't drive anymore. We did try to see if we could finagle it with the 3 tires, but it won't go forward at all. Like, I can get to, like, reverse and kind of twist, but it's not controllable, unfortunately, so... Hey, buddy. Anything to check? Yeah, you don't got gas. Yeah, so I need to stop doing this to my character. I keep saying it and I keep doing it again, but I mean, you know, saying and doing things you should and shouldn't do are 2 very different things. In the meantime, we can go here and say set alarm. Oh, I forgot I have to stop moving. Set alarm. We set ourselves an alarm for 7:50 in the morning, and the reason we do that is the weather broadcast updates at 8. So we wake up just before, we pop out a radio, tune in, check to see if the helicopter or anything else we got to worry about's coming. If not, we go about our day. If so, I mean, we still go about our day, but we change our plan a little. That this game needs a commanding tool rather than doing everything yourself. It becomes a annoying to look for needles in the house? When you're saying commanding tool, are you saying like you can go to your character, like right click and say look for needle, and the character will just like wander around in the house checking all the cabinets or something? I don't feel like I necessarily agree. I don't think it'd be like... There's definitely things I do wish you could, like, scale out. In the sense that you could say, harvest-ready crops or something like that. And your character would just go from crop to crop, one by one. You know, so long as they were in range. Just to save you clicks. Because it wouldn't change anything. Your character would walk up, pick up the thing, walk up, pick up the thing, walk up, pick up the thing. I don't think it's important enough that it should be a priority or anything like that, though. There's way more important things in my mind. Yeah, no, with maintenance 1, we could actually, like, chop down the trees. The Rhinosaur said, Twitch Recap says you spent just about 1,000 hours in stream this year. Sentient Cookie makes me look like a casual viewer. Well, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but you might be a filthy casual viewer. Nah, it's... Everyone has different schedules, different things. People have their, like, main content creators they like tuning into and secondary, and, like, we all get it. I mean, I shouldn't say it. I can't actually promise we all get it. Most reasonable content creators get it. That you are going to be splitting your time between different channels, that you might be the channel they like watching the most, you might be the channel they watch when their favorite person isn't on. It might just be what game you're playing, it'll be between the different channels. That's all fine. But also maybe get on Sentient Cookie's level. No, I'm teasing. You've done a lot to support this channel. It'd be generally pretty messed up to be like, yo man, I really need you to pull your weight. I need you to do better next year, okay? Just because it's playing in the background doesn't mean you're watching. Well, I mean that's the reality. Is when it comes to streaming and all that, you do just have to understand 70-80% of all viewers on Twitch lurk, and most of them aren't actually watching actively. They've got like on a separate screen, they've got your game up. They're either playing a game themselves, or they're working, or maybe they're doing dishes, like whatever they got going on in their area. And that's like 60-70% of all of Twitch. That's how they use it. You are basically a radio. Tigro says, I'm a lurker. Yep. Most of the time I watch, I lurk. I do try to pop in. What's the play at the moment? Try not to shatter my knees dragging all this garbage home. We were checking to see if we get lucky with that van. That ended up being a bust. I don't think we push into the cultist compound. We did that a previous run, but the loot was... There were guns in the basement, which are, you know, sure, they're guns. But the main building was the only one that really had any loot I could potentially get. And it was still very okay. And it wasn't an unreasonable amount of zombies to fight in, but it did take us a long time. And so I don't think we prioritize that. At the same time, it would be good to get some animals over here to live in our farm, like live in our area. Build 42 is available on the unstable branch. So if you go into Steam and you choose like the beta branches, you can do that. They have like an entire thing of how to do it. It's the same thing as everything else when it comes to like opting into like beta branches and all alpha branches and all that. But it is available for anyone to use. You just got to go through that. Guns are nefarious. You have to be deliberate and intentional. I must have filled the wrong thing. For us non-product Zomboid nerds, what record do you hold? The record I hold is I used to have the highest kill count run ever streamed. And it was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. Those last two parts aren't required for the record or anything like that, so don't be like, oh man, I had a mod, it doesn't count. No, that's not actually part of the requirements for the challenge. That's just me basically specifying, because I'll have people like, oh, well, clearly they ran with infection turned off or breed us or whatever. It's like, nah, man, I was playing literally the base game, but harder. But I got up to 135,121, which is an absurdly high kill count. But that record did start to net. As it starting to echo thinking there'd be a farm nearby. Yes. There are many farms nearby. So take that. We don't know when we do those, so take those. Take the, actually, broken sticks we're gonna burn. Take the clay. Take the dogbane. Take the sharp sticks. Lamprey ended up getting to like 950,000 or something like that before he died. He got real close to the million. Didn't quite get there, but got right up to that finish line. Which, to give context for people, hitting those kind of numbers, you are talking people running one run and then doing that single run in Project Zomboid as a full-time creator, almost exclusively playing Project Zomboid. For Lamprey's run, that was over like a year and a half in the making or some nonsense. The run I did probably was like 3, 4, 5 months. It was actually a lot of them. So a lot of mine were like 11-hour days. But yeah, no, for Lamprey it was like 8 hours days, most days of the week. And he was doing that one run for very genuinely like a year and a half. A single save in the game. There's no way you'd be able to handle a game for that only. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. When I lost the record, people were like, "Oh man, you gotta go take that record back, right?" It's like, no, no. I've made the comment. I did actually end up getting a run that's a higher kill than the one I had set after that, but it's like, no, realistically, like I'm just not interested in playing like that ever again. It was fun. I'm glad I did it. I have, like, I still do marathon play, but as far as, like, actually going for records and all that, I like to play a variety of games, and going for those kind of records, it's kind of like trying to set, like, a world record speed run in, you know, a game that has any type of reputation. You don't do that unless you no-life it for a long time. You always have to be a content creator to do those numbers. I mean, you kind of do, because the reason why we specified like streamed is because otherwise, like I had people would pop into my chat when I was like sitting there in the records, like, oh no, clearly you don't know the real numbers. Like I've killed 300,000 zombies on my save. It took me about 5 months. Not like they were thinking 5 months was a really long time. It's like, nah, man. We've sat down and theory crafted the absolute, like, peak amount you could kill. You're not even meeting my numbers in those types of times. Like, even if you were doing double the theoretical maximum number of zombies you could kill sustained, still wouldn't even get close. But, you know, people like to pop on the internet and claim whatever garbage they want to claim. Do I have the rope on? Well, I mean, I don't have the troughs. Okay, so what we're going to try and do is instead of continuing to go... Yeah, so we have... Actually, the sheep are only right there. Let's see if we can cut down to these fields and maybe snag the sheep and sneak out. Or grab some of the troughs. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to get to some of the animal areas. We're going to try and steal some of the feeding troughs to bring them home. And steal some of the animals. I am down for just straight up murdering the pigs because they're utterly worthless in this version right now. And by that I mean I'm not going to bother butchering them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to steal their troughs and they'll probably starve to death and it'll be pretty sad and upsetting. But you know, maybe if they were made out of more delicious volumes of bacon, they just give you so little meat that you just gotta live with it. But the year there, you can confirm it was long. It was that long and grueling. Oh man. Oh, let's actually let's cut back down here. And the reason we cut it back down here, kills start to ramp up when weapon skill takes off. Right, but you'll have different people quote different numbers, but they'll usually be in the area of like 500 to 800. The numbers I ran with telling people was 500 to 700 as the maximum sustainable kills. And there's like the key being the sustainable. Because you can get individual days, you can break like 2,000 kills by just popping out a shotgun and going ham. But then you run out of shotgun ammo and suddenly your kills just fall right back off. And then, you know, you go out one day and you'll kill 800-900 zombies, even just doing the melee, like the normal stuff. But then every couple of days you gotta stop and, you know, spend a little time getting some rabbits to keep your weight up, or, you know, dealing with getting your stuff repaired because you know your generators are going, or you need to get, like, gas for your vehicle, or whatever. Or you start getting to, like, you've been clearing Muldrow, and you get to that point where you've killed, like, 60, 70, 80% of the zombies in Muldrow. So now you're not just being able to throw against the zombies and wipe them out real fast. You kind of have to, like, hunt for them a little bit. So you're doing the thing where you honk your horn a bunch, wait for the zombies to get over there, kill a bunch of zombies. So now you're getting, like, 200, 300, 400, 500 day kill days because there's just a lot of downtime as you're bringing the zombies in. But yeah. So usually we'll quote somewhere in the area of like 500, 600, 700, 800 zombies a day as kind of the sustained kill that takes into consideration having those days you spike really high, but then having those days that, you know, you're dealing with like a tropical storm and you can't see crap, so you take a day off the slaughtering, or, you know, you've finished clearing all the zombies in one area, so you got to get your next base set up the road so you don't have to commute nearly as far. So that's the better part of an entire day lost, getting those neat goods, taking to the next place, plunking down the generator, hooking it up so you got like a forward base. On your runs usually add kill hours. Yeah, that's another way to deal with it, is like you have like the first hour or two in your in-game day, you're doing all like your base management, organizing, like all the minutia you end up needing to do. And we're tuned in. I also wanted to check up the road to see what we'd see. Yeah, no, Lamprey had Twitch integration for a while, but that's kind of one of those things. When it comes to a lot of that, you'll have to be like, no, it shouldn't count. They were using a mod that made it easier to get the zombies here. It's like, look, man, when you're getting to those numbers, it's not that like, that's not going to be a thing that's a make or break for it. It's not even going to be relevant. It's just going to be the sheer amount of time you put into it. Okay. No helicopter today. Man! We are just getting all of the foraging today. It made it harder? Well, yeah, no, there's a pro and a con with that kind of thing. So the pro is you do have the zombies coming to you, It's a little teeny tiny bunny. The pros, you do have the zombies coming to you, so there's less hunting because they keep being brought in your lap, but then the con is they keep coming to you. And because chat can troll you real bad, it means sometimes you get forced out of your base, so instead of having a high kill count day, you have to keep backing up, and you're spending more time retreating than actually getting your kills in. So yeah, there's definitely pros and cons of Twitch integration. It's one of those things, like, it's as far as difficulty goes, objectively harder, I agree. But as far as, like, actually hitting those milestones, markers, whatever you want to call them, it's just continue playing for a long period of time without making a mistake. Because you watch the way those major runs end, whether it's myself or Lamprey or Royale Cheese or Twist on Fire or anyone else doing those like big marathon runs. They always die because of just either one moment of inattention, one moment of just making a really bad decision. It's the way they all go. Like, none of us are immune to it. It's like, you put in those hours, and sooner or later, you just brain off into your death. Or you just, like, whiff something. Alright, well, that pineapple's going stale, so let's just slam that whole pineapple. But yeah, sometimes you just get unlucky with events, and that can really throw a run. Because that's a really kind of started things, putting us in a really bad spot in our last attempt of this. We had a helicopter that it did a pass or two, and then it went southeast, which took it from where I was at, which took it and drug the zombies right across our base. But that wasn't enough to get them to us. It's like, okay, that's not great, but that's manageable. And then we turned around, and immediately, like within a game hour or two, we had a meta event that drug the zombies southeast. So it actually did bring some of the zombies to my base. I was like, well, this sucks. And that was even the worst of it. Like, an in-game day later or two, we had another meta event that went southeast. And it was just like, very much felt like the game was just like, no, we're tired of you just coming over here and killing these zombies. We're gonna go ahead and bring them all to you. And that last helicopter, the entire plan had been to use that helicopter to drag the zombies out of my area. Like, we had killed a bunch, but to try and use it to drag them away. And I think there was zombies probably trapped farther to the south I was just not aware of, that it drugged them up and through my base, as opposed to the ones that, you know, had already been there being drug out. Like, the ones there probably did get drug out, but just immediately got replaced runs from. Because I don't really know what was south of our base too much. Like, there could have been a cabin in the woods with a bunch of zombies around it. I don't really know the area yet. That's part of playing in this area, why I keep coming back, so I can not know the map and then learn by dealing with it. Is that the field that we had the sheep at? Did I mark the wrong field? That's the wrong place, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you know what I bet? Oh, no, okay, it's up there is where we're looking at.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Satirical 364.
Thank you, Randathor, for gifting a 3 months of tier 1 to Satirical. Satirical now have 3 whole months of advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much, Randathor, for supporting the channel like that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. All right, so we're farther south than I thought. That's fine. I was like, man, I didn't remember having the zombies this far up. So we're gonna go cut north because fighting over here, it's fine. Like, I'll eventually want to go into that house. But right now, I would like to try and snag a feeding trough or two. So that way, then I could snag an animal or two. And start trying to get that going. Yeah, so the good news is we did check up that road as well. I was curious if we kept going up that road, if we would eventually find, like, another car or anything, and it was no dice, but that's fine. The only way we're going to figure that out is by doing it. And I did see that we had some zombies chasing me, but I'm not going to worry about it. Not yet, at least. We're just cut across this open field. Fighting zombies to clear an open field is not worth our time and effort. Not till we're in the whole... Like, not till we're in the whole phase where it's just like, okay, clear the zombies area. Right now, I'm trying to secure some goods. I feel really confident we can get our boards and nails in this run very easily. We got lots of places nearby we can clear as we're fighting the zombies in the area. Whether I fight in the area and I kill the zombies, or just through the noise of the helicopter and that we drag the zombies one way or the other, almost doesn't matter which way I drag them. Because if I drag them south, it pulls them away from the sheep. If I drag them north, it pulls them away from the pigs. If I drag them west, it just pulls them away from literally everything. It pulls them east. It pulls them away from the farms and directly on my face. I don't want that one. That is the one I don't want. East bad. Okay, so the sheep should be up here. Yeah, as long as we don't get like northeast or straight east, either of those would be no good. East is blocked by the river. So if we look at what we got here, so we're saying the east and all that. If they go east, this one's fine. They'll get probably balled up here, but there's a bunch of zombies here, and those very realistically could get pulled over our area. And there's also the river goes, I don't know exactly where, down here somewhere. So they could pull the zombies over here, have them bunch up in this area, and then get spread out from there. But they're west, they just leave. They just get out. They're gone. There's nothing holding there. Just get out of here. South, same thing. Get out, get on. We're not out here. North, I think there's zombies down here that get drawn in, but I think the worst of it's over there. So I'm not super worried. Like, west and south would be the dream. Where was the wildlife preserve? I know we ended up there, because that's where we died on the 2 characters ago. It was up this road somewhere. Like, up here, maybe? I don't really know where it was. Because it's either like this way and then you hooked a road like that, or it was like that way and you hooked a road like that. It was something like that. That place was hot as heck when I went there. Like, that was serious zombies. Can you pick up hay barrels? Probably. Yeah, I can pick up a small hay bale. I imagine you can probably tear it apart in some way to make food out of it, now that hay is actually a thing. So that very well could be a thing later on, as if we start getting desperate for food for the animals roll over. Yeah, northwest of the sheep. Yeah, that's about where it's pointing. Was just relatively northwest of the sheep. It's just a matter of, was it like northwest or north by northwest, or like... Okay, did I bring the rope? I don't think I brought the rope. Yeah, no, I did not bring the rope. And the reason I did not bring the rope is I do not have troughs to give my animals food and water. So I need to steal those first. Got oregano seeds. Alright. So for the moment, rather than pushing in here, I think we deliberately just keep aggroing these ones. They're all stragglers out here. They're kind of by themselves. And we just prioritize killing them first. And one thing I am going to do, I'm going to open that. That way if they do scare the sheep down this way, it's fine if they scare them into the next area. I don't remember if that's 1 or 2. I think that's 1. Either way, it's good as what it is. Yeah, these ones got all spread out because they're in a low density area from where they were at. Because we didn't change anything around like rally groups or anything like that. So they're choosing to be that far apart. Broccoli, go here, drop the wrench, grab the scissors. All right. And I'm pretty sure I have... one more wrench. I'm not super, like, I don't have it on me. I'm pretty sure I left one of the wrenches behind somewhere, just so I wouldn't accidentally use it. It's fine if I do actually use all my wrenches. We're probably not going to be able to get a car that I can maintain anyways for a while. Cool. Alright, so we got that all sorted out for just a minute. Got a bunch of zombies out here, so let's back off for a minute. Do this. And you're still going to be strained, which is okay. We can sippy sip our water. All right. Ooh, there we go. Magazine that's going to tell us the grow times on a lot of stuff. Yeah, you need to wait a minute. Yeah, so my hope is there's going to be some feeding troughs over there. We're going to need at least one of those for the water for the sheep. Let's go check to see how the sheep's health's doing, by the way. Run's going okay. We're still pretty early on. We have located sheep. I do have a place I could potentially take them. We just need to get some water troughs and all that moved. Not thirsty. No sign zone will wander. That's fine. And that's just because they're running in there, getting their food, and then the zombies are chasing them out. I always say chase them out. The zombies don't actually chase the sheep. It's just the zombies are in the area, so the sheep start running away. Ooh, that'd have been a bad swing if I went for it. Alright. It's really unfortunate that you got caught out in the darkness. Yeah, and that happens. That's the reasons why, like, genuinely speaking, when people have the whole arguments about, like, well, stealth or killing the zombies or what, that it's usually a better choice to go with killing the zombies, because that does give you some opportunity to try and avoid that. Because you kill enough zombies in the area, there's just not as many zombies able to, Alright, well, there's the mango. Let's eat that since that's stale. There's not as many zombies able to potentially sneak in on you, kind of thing, because you made them dead. Alright, give me a moment. Yeah, don't want to swing when they're side by side. That's how you get grabbed. Alright. Yeah, it's because we did pull a lot of these zombies around the last time we were through here. It'd also be good if we can get in here because there's potentially going to be good stuff in that house. It is weird resting when you already have your exertion maxed out, waiting on muscle strain. See, it's just because you're used to playing in higher pops, not anything close to 16, mind you. But it always looks like clearing a town rather than trying to tackle on the giant towards that time. Yeah. Alright, so we had that rally group actually move. So I wonder if once it's out here, because these ones seem to be trying to disperse, that'll just disperse naturally over time or what. Alright, that poker is looking like it's going to be a real endurance inefficient and strain inefficient weapon. Just judging by the size of it for being one-handed. I mean, that's not that heavy of a weapon. It's probably okay. Yeah, so those are the troughs we're trying to grab. Stop moving away from me. And I am backpedaling, so hopefully I can get away from that really big group, just in case they reposition. There's radish seeds. Alright. This one over here by the barn looks empty. Right. Okay. So another bad idea time. We're going to grab the trough. It's extremely more than I can carry. And we are just leaving now. And the intention will be that I will come back later for the sheep themselves. Because I'm only going to be able to lug one of these troughs home at a time. But so that's because it seemed fine where they're at. Until you pull them out and transfer them to a zone, then they start to starve and die. Well, that's part of the reason I'm leaving the sheep here for right now, is I'm stealing the troughs. So I can put the troughs on my side. Because if we move them over to my side, then I can bring them over and I can have the food and all that right there for them. It's going to take some work, though, because that's 14 carry weight, and I can handle 7. That's not counting all the other junk I got in my inventory. Oh yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people doing a lot of tests related to the animals right now. There'll be a little bit before we really have a good feel for what does and doesn't work and how and yada yada. Eat the carrot. That'll probably go stale soon. Using bunnies to murder? Yeah, the thing is I don't really want to put the effort into that yet. Oh, do I still have the saucepan here? We could drop the frying pan. I don't need to have that on me. Like, yeah, if we get bullied out of her home, then I lose access to it, but the intent there is that we get bullied out of our home, then getting back into our home becomes our first not our first priority, but very high priority. There's a zombie nearby somewhere. It's up here somewhere. There's one over here somewhere. Might even be in that clearing. I need to not cut through these woods anymore. Oh, dropping that backpack did nothing for me. I'm still holding 2 giant troughs. Hold down already, man. Yeah, and this is why I was saying that's not actually a good idea. Yeah, we're not cutting through the woods in the next one. Because I can't really retreat from him either. We got too many slowed effects, and I don't think I could drop the trough pieces and deal with all this. Holy crap, fall over already. I know my RNG is working against me because I'm so exerted. But let's be real. Because I'm kind of stuck in this fight. Don't you shake behind me. Because if we get 3 of them on us, it's a done run. Like, the odds of me breaking them with maximum exertion. Holy crap, fall over. Because right now the zombie moves faster than I do. Because they're so exerted. This is my hell. This is my purgatory. The rest of my existence is this. Knowing the moment I stop, we die. Fall over. What is this? Even if it's like a 1% chance, we should have rolled a 1% chance win by now. Can I shove you up against a tree? Does that make any effect? No. I don't want to bang in that tree either. It's probably going to be loud. Oh, thank you, finally. Now it'll be about 30 stomps to kill it. That actually wasn't as bad. Holy crap, that was a thing. Yeah, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Because we are maximum spent on our stamina, and sitting down isn't going to help us. Not really. We're just going to pick this crap up and be instantly getting exhausted again. And it's going to be dark soon, so we don't want to still be out here when it's dark. And we're starting to get sleepy.
What's the worst that could happen?
Can we give you the slip? We had a little bit of running room. You are faster than I am right now. Oh, okay. Hang on. There's 2 of you. This is the real bad news bear moment. Let's get over to the shore. Let's drop our crap. Okay, dropped. I see you. Nope, can't go that way. I cannot sprint to elbow them either. So they are faster than me, but I can path them into trees and try and use that to my advantage. And if we're lucky with that, I can put enough stuff between them that we can break line of sight with them and make a run. And when I say make a run, I mean slowly walk away because we're too exhausted to physically run. Alright, yeah, so this is the last... If we get away with this, this is the last time we're cutting through here. Because that if I get caught properly, and they catch up, I won't be able to duck into the trees like I did. Because when I go to duck into the tree itself, I get grabbed because it's just a matter. So I have to manage to, like, narrowly dodge the tree so they catch it and I don't. Okay, I don't see them. But the problem is it makes no difference really right now. And the reason it doesn't make a difference is as much over my weight as I'm carrying, I'm gonna go right back to maximum exertion. So this is me being too impatient about dragging stuff home. So what we'll end up doing the next day, if we do okay getting home, is we will not cut through the tree line. I'll go down to the farms and cut across where I can see all around me to make sure there's no zombies, so we can just spot them from forever away. Or seed dibbers? What's a seed dibber? Alright. I was not expecting zombies to be ahead of me.
_catalyst27 for subscribing for 2 months.
It'll come back for tomorrow at this phase. Yeah, they're still on me. I got no trees nearby. Let's get these out of the way. The thing you plant seeds. Oh, you just use a shovel or anything like that. You don't need a tool to plant seeds. You make a furrow, but that's just any, like, shovel will do, trowel will do, hand fork will do, garden fork will do. Like, literally any tool in the game that can go into the ground will do it for you. Actually, gloves won't protect your hands. You have to use the tools. So I don't hear the zombies anymore. And I dropped my bag, so unfortunately, I don't have my flashlight. Yeah, no, you're just thinking a different game. Project Zomboid is now DayZ. What? Sorry, I'm missing that. Does Daisy also have... Well, I mean, Daisy, like... Project Zombie being Daisy, if it doesn't have a dipper, wouldn't make sense, because Project Zomboid doesn't. I'm missing where Project Zomboid Daisy... I'm missing context on that one. Shame you can't use a claw into the thing. I mean, usually getting the tools for digging furrows is pretty easy, and even if not, like, you can still dig with hands. Yeah, you're gonna roll the dice at... From time to time, you're gonna get yourself cut up. It's playing the combat music, but I haven't heard the zombies in a long while.
Thank you, Kalmeki, for subscribing for 1 month.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Kamaki, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get to use one of those a month here on Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to Street. So I'm gonna go ahead and just go on the assumption we are still being followed, and there's a gap between me and them that's decent, and I'm gonna cut around the building and go inside. I don't know if we're still being followed, but right now, if it's more than one zombie that's half dead, like, there's not much I can do anyways.
Yay.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies, and thank you,
Woo.
thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the biddies. Well, that is unfortunate, because I don't have my radio where I can get at it right now. And we are in the range the helicopter could arrive.
Thank you, Calaria Star, for continuing your gifted sub.
Thank you, Calaria Star, for the Prime Gaming sub, and again, I do really appreciate that. I do appreciate that, you know, you could have used that anywhere, and you chose to use it here, which means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Water pump thing buildable? No, I don't believe so, at least not that I've seen. Generally speaking, I'm imagining when it comes to water storage, it's going to be rain pails. But even then, like, you build... That wasn't a prime? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Calaria. Well, wait, what? Ah, no, that's okay. You upgraded to a tier 1. My apologies. I misread it here. It says continued their sub from Prime Gift 1. So, like, the reading over here is thing. Yeah, and the problem is the helicopter can arrive in a couple minutes. I don't like that you're still playing the combat music. And are deliberately not foraging right now. Just trying to get up to my bag in a timely manner. I don't remember exactly where I tossed it along here, but it's along this shore on the right. Is there a difference between tier 1 versus Prime? Yes, so Prime you get free with Twitch Prime. You get one a month and you have to manually renew it. And Prime doesn't count towards things like Partner Plus and all that kind of stuff. There's also like different rates to Prime and tier 1 subs so far as like considering currency differences and yada yada. It's not one of those things that'd be like, oh, don't use your Prime, how dare you, or anything like that. Literally anything supports helps. And I actually don't know which one pays out more yet. like all that. Music is vibe though. But yeah, so otherwise they are effectively the same tier. You get the same perks, you get the same everything else, that kind of thing. They're valued roughly the same amount as far as like usually what a content creator gets paid. Like I said, there's some nuance where one's worth more than the other sometimes and yada yada. But like the very vague, they should pay roughly in the same ballpark to a content creator. But mostly they're kind of equivalents to each other. There's just some nuanced differences because Twitch is weird and doesn't want to let them count towards Partner Plus because they give them for free and wants to make you manually renew them. What weapon are you using? We are using a fire poker. Yeah, so I was able to ditch these zombies by wiping them off on some trees. If we had gotten more tired, we would have been slowed even more. You can get to the point where literally your character just walks, you just have the zombie grab, and the zombie grab, and the zombie grab. And it goes until you accidentally bump literally anything that slows you down, where it's another zombie or a tree or something like that. And then it's just, the run's over. Before we start killing ourselves, I just want to see if it's a helicopter or not. If it's a helicopter, I'm probably running up the shore north and just coming back for the trough later. Oh, thank goodness. I actually haven't been watching if we're even in the range. We might have actually been totally fine, just not had to worry. No, we are solidly in the range that the helicopter can happen. How do you know the berry is safe? Oh, I don't. See, it's not. I poisoned myself. It's fine. As long as I don't eat more of them, I'm okay. Unless you have weak stomach. Don't play the berry gamble if you have weak stomach. And thank you so much for that level 2 hype train at 11% with 3 subs and 300 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much for that. But yeah, like I said, next trough, we are not cutting through the woods. That honestly was a pretty easy way we could have gotten killed there. Yeah, no, you can overburn yourself when you gain XP. But to keep in mind when it comes to gaining XP from carrying too much, you only need to be at like 60 or 70% your maximum carry weight, which is here. You only need to be at 60 or 70% to get XP walking around. You don't need to sit there and go extremely overloaded, max out, you know, kill your character levels of exhaustion. Yep, and it doesn't scale. Yep. So the thing is, just play normally. Honestly, when it comes to strength and fitness, just don't ignore leveling them. Like, if you have nothing better to do, it's fine to exercise, certainly. But generally speaking, just play the game. If you're fighting, you'll gradually gain strength and fitness. If you're looting, you'll gradually gain strength and fitness. If you're doing construction, you'll gradually gain strength or fitness. It's kind of the key word of passive, is you will get it passively just existing. And I've honestly found, while sure you can level it faster, by like getting your dragon's hoard of food and just sitting in a room and just doing exercises day in and out for a month. Do you train it? Nope. I'm training it right now. This is what I'm saying. Is very like even at zero to hero, very genuinely. So keys are now sheep, sustainable weight, food plus maintenance 1. Yeah. Doing the exercise for a month is a good because the weapons will spawn in zombies after 1 month. I've noticed the amount of weapons I'm finding in zombies now is low enough. I wouldn't take the time. I genuinely would say you're better off just going and finding loot for your first month than, you know, finding the grocery store, locking yourself in it, and then just slamming out exercise while eating all the food in the grocery store. You're better off going and looking for tools and finding your car and figuring out your generator, you know, hoarding weapons versus trying to power level exercise. You've been finding a solid amount in zombies? What kind of weapons have you been finding? You found an ice axe, one in Kentucky places? Or you're just lucky? Yeah, no, I'm not finding no weapons, but I'm definitely finding way fewer weapons than I did previously. Now, granted, I haven't been in the city areas, so it could be that maybe you're seeing more weapons in the cities now, as far as in zombies. But out here, it's been slim pickings. You mean hand forks? Yeah, gotcha. All right. So what we could do now, I've got this trough here. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, it's trying to tell me that the width is too wide? I see. Yeah, it's probably fine. Okay. So we did successfully retrieve that. Which is not nothing. You're going to want the height down so they can munch in the grass in the forest. I did find that a lot of the animals didn't seem to graze for me. So I don't really know what to do about that. Like, the cows had to eat from the trough. Now, I don't know if it's a thing that maybe cows just have to eat from the trough, but sheep don't, or something like that. Oh man, we exert ourselves so bad we're still recovering. Okay, so should have a rope in here. Let's actually be optimistic and say, hey. Alright, so I can only make one more. We'll just assume we'll get lucky and be able to snag like 2 sheep. They're definitely not going to be able to do that right this second. Put the frying pan away. Put this away. Drop the caterpillars, drop you off. Raid the broccoli, oregano, and radish. And this time I'm not going to try and plant them unless we have the actual thing for planting them where we don't cut up our hands. Since it hurts my damage. Drop the scissors in there. That one's full, so drop the other scissors in here. Drop the clay in here. Drop the branches in here. Because we're not getting enough time to go all the way back over there and retrieve some and get back without catching ourselves at night. And I'm 100% expecting the helicopter tomorrow. Are you on slow healer? Yes. So we learned a bunch of the growing times. We've got our water. I guess we'll just forage around the property for a minute. Well, yeah, it's one of those things, like, if you're getting hit enough that slow healer matters, then you've already got a problem that slow healer isn't going to be relevant for. Like, because every time you take a zombie hit, you're going to do that. Could you have cooked the potato? Probably. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. Are there boats? No, there are not boats. I don't honestly think we ever will see boats. Because the moment they introduce boats, you have the situation where the zombies are unable to swim, so you effectively made yourself 100% safe from the zombies. And I don't see any reason for them to introduce swimming and all that to the zombies. Did I change the trapping? Not that I've seen yet, but I haven't messed with them yet. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Slow healer could certainly be painful. Like, if you do take injuries. But my comment is, considering other negative traits you might consider instead of slow healer, I would just lean towards slow healer because the amount of injuries you're going to get hit are going to be minimal if you're not just dying. Because it is real hard to live for more than, like, a very brief time if you're getting hit by zombies.
Thank you Vixen the Wolf for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Vixen the Wolf, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. So I really do appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, well, let's pick on them real fast. Because they're relatively close to my home. So we can go ahead and kill a couple of them. We should be getting pretty close. We're only about 2/3 away maintenance, and we're getting ready to run out of weapons. But that's still 50 points of maintenance we've got, and we're only a couple days in. You hate these fields? Yeah, they could be, like... I could see where you can abuse them a little bit to mess with the zombie pathing or whatever. But I find the slowing them down, honestly, is more dangerous than benefit a lot of times. Okay. There goes our fireplace poker. And I think that was it for weapons I want to use. We did get the, Are you still on build 41? No, we're on build 42. It's like the very first thing in the title. Like literally build 42 and exclamation marks. No one reads the title? I mean, I get it. But also, you know, help yourself. Why male models? What do you mean? Okay, so you've got broccoli, oregano, radish, garlic. What loose seeds do I have? Yeah, and also never pick up people because, like, English might not be their first language. It was the fact that they said build 42 was all. Because then I can assume they actually know what the language is. It's a reference. The files are in the computer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to remember this one here. So we have broccoli. We can plant that. We are in July, which is among its best months. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gasoline fight? I am missing a lot of references here. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and plant the broccoli. I'm going to try to only plant stuff in their best month. Okay, so we can go ahead and get all this sorted out, which will be all good. I'm not going to bother watering it. I am way too lazy. If they all die, that's a-okay by me. But with the crops taking like 60, 90, 200 days to grow... No. No, no, no. Let's see. I've been drinking. Used to watch Big Bad Badger. Yeah. Love the live stream though. Yeah, no, it's all good. You never watched a single Star Wars movie, but you get most references because you played Lego Star Wars when you were a kid. Yeah. Star Wars is good. I'm also doing this because it's something I can work on while we're waiting here. Tomorrow heli day? Very, very likely tomorrow will be the helicopter day. I believe we are running up to tomorrow is the latest it can be and spawn. Hey, follow. Welcome to stream. I see you are also using, I mean, as opposed to what? What would be the alternative I would use? Is it something that I could just now right-click on the seeds, like I used to not be able to do that? Oh, interesting. No need space anymore? Nah, disease has always been a thing. I'm not too worried about it. I found even when I was being ridiculous with them, the disease spread was never bad enough that I really had to worry. So the carrots I can actually plant right now. Like even just completely ignoring it. Because I used to checkered pattern them. And then just eventually I stopped. Because I just found, like, with as much as I could plant, it just didn't matter. Now granted, with the much slower growing times, maybe it does matter again. But honestly, I'm honestly expecting with the extremely long grow times that I might start just ignoring planting most of the crops. Just because, like, even in my 16 times pop runs that take me forever to clear areas, I still move out of an area well before half those crops can grow with how long their grow times has been made. I think those are something that they might need to bring down. We'll see. It's genuinely one of those things I'm kind of chin scratching going. I don't really know who the target player is for those. Yeah, no, the really long ones are like 240 days. And the thing to keep in mind is you have to water them that whole time. Or like, you know, at least do what you need to keep them alive. I am not putting the time in to water the crops. I mean, I'm not putting the time in to water the crops regularly for 30 days. If the rain won't cut it, it dies. In the case of Realism, makes sense. Well, that's the beauty. This isn't supposed to be a realistic game. Because if so, they missed because I've noticed there's zombies in the game. So, you know, we can just go ahead and call it off from there. Unless they get rid of the zombies, it won't be a realistic game. Yeah, I think 30 is reasonable. 60 is starting to push on the high end. Because even for as long as I live, the catch really boils down to the fact of how long are you going to stay in one area? That's the big thing. Are you going to be staying in one area for 70, 80, 90, 100 days? Maybe. There's certainly players who probably do. I think that is a very rare number of players, though. How long does a product Zomboid player normally live? If you're talking the broader player base, most players will never survive the helicopter event, which happens on day 6 to 8. I can't remember what the average was. Something like 3 days is the average lifespan of a player. You seen a few zombies in Portland? I mean, Portland seemed like a perfectly normal town when I was there. I've been to Portland a lot of times. Pretty much standard city. A stupid argument. Just because it has zombies doesn't mean the game shouldn't be realistic. Here, let me help you, Mallies. Generally speaking, when I go with the very things to consider with games, I am very openly that realism is the absolute bottom of my considerations. Like, literally you have, like, gameplay, balance, itemization, graphics, sound, all that. Realism is, like, digging a hole into the ground looking for it. I don't hate realism, but if there's literally any other consideration, it gets higher priority in my book. I don't care about realism in my video games. I don't need to wait 250 days for my crops to grow. That is anti-fun. That is anti-interesting. That is just straight up. You ticked the realism box, and you ruined that mechanic. I don't mind if they have optional settings to get it to that point, but I genuinely wonder if they were to get analytics for the crops that take 240 days, would they get to double-digit number of players who ever grow it successfully? Rual go back to Farm Sim? I mean, I am going to play more Farm Sim. That is a thing that is going to occur. Unrelated to anything else going on with Project Zomboid. I play a variety of games. We still got to run going in Farm Sim. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there is a market for, like, hyper-realism. Yeah. But that was me trying to, like, call you out individually. That was my point, was just, like, you know, when people start being like, oh no, we gotta have these long grow times, that's realistic. Garlic really does take that long to grow. It's like, cool. That sucks. So, how about we just pretend it doesn't? But see, where do you draw the line on realism? Like I said, for me, realism is fine. It's anytime there's, like, the considerations of, like, fun, gameplay, balance, audio device, graphics, accessibility, story, implementation, cost of production, any of these all take higher priority in my book than realism. Literally realism, throw it on the floor. If it happens to still manage to fit in there, that's totally fine. But if it comes at a cost of literally anything else, I'd cut it. Get it out of here. It's not worth it. The gameplay is in real time, distance is a real distance, food takes real time. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, cool, you've made a realistic game. That is terrible. Let's see, realism is immersive. You can remove most of the stuff from the game if you don't care about it. Why do we even need to eat or drink if no one cared about the immersion? But hear me out. The realism around eating and drinking in this game is very minimal. Like, that's the thing. The fact that you do need to eat, that's because this is a survival game, and that is a core gameplay mechanic that is to add to the fun and experience. Why are you awake? Didn't we go to bed at midnight? Did I just utterly flub this? Yeah, I have a fast forward button. Realism. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The mistake people make is that they assume, because I don't, like, I'm someone who's like, hey, I don't care about realism, I therefore want my games to not, like, to be anti-realism. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, realism for me only, like, comes secondary to every other consideration in my book. It can be, you can have a game that is realistic, so long as it doesn't come at the cost of anything else. If it comes at the cost of the fun of the game, the balance of the game, any of the other gameplay aspects, then I don't want it. Give me the other aspects. Those are the ones I care about. Okay, so what I'm thinking we're going to do is I'm probably going to try to... where do I want to take the helicopter? Because I'm going to go on the assumption the helicopter's day. I could try and go west from here to draw zombies this way. Does you think the point where realism is where, let's see, people are the most selective? Like, you want gravity in games? Okay, space games. In Project Zomboid, you want a certain stuff to work like in real life. Too. Like, you are hurt, you use a bandage. But you do not want to wait, do you want certain points like super long growth periods? Right, and you also don't want your injuries to take real life time to heal. Like if you get a laceration, you don't want your character to take, you know, you get like a minor healing of it to where it's like at least not actively bleeding after a couple of days, and then, you know, you spend a couple of weeks for it to, like, start properly closing up, and then your character has, like, a scar, and, you know, heaven forbid you get, like, a deep wound, or you know, that kind of thing. You want to be able to just like slap some, like, just hit it with a sewing needle and all that. To heck with actually, you know, treating it or whatever. Because right now, regular infection is completely, you know, a non-mechanic. Versus, you don't want it to be like in real life where if you just suture a wound closed and you don't properly clean it, you're just begging to die of infection. You don't want a realistic thing that your character sees the zombies and then collapses from a heart attack. Just cannot take the stress. So there's always a line in the sand between, you know, realism and that. But realism in service of fun can be fine. Having the pressure of needing food and water, cool. That's fun. That creates a pull that the player's like, oh, I have something to deal with. But if it was one of those things that, like, you had to sit there and just grind it all the time. Weren't you going west? People kept saying south. They're like, you know, south's really not a bad option. Like, that's the thing. I'm not saying realism not allowed. It's rather realism as long as it serves a very specific purpose. To me, immersion in itself, you know, yeah, it's good that a game can be immersive. But, like, realism because, you know, quote-unquote immersion, I'm like, but right, but did that immersion come at some gameplay balance consideration? Did it make something from fun to tedious? Like, what was the cost? Oh yeah, no, Ling died in the dark. Because there is a cost. But, a lot of times, it can be worth it. Having a flight simulator where your planes just float and bounce off things is not fun. There's no consequence. So you make it so if you bump into things, your plane gets damaged. That's in service of the gameplay fun and interest. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for FG squared, by the way? And then we'll get another one for Pankraru once that one's done. Get both those out, because they're both fantastic content creators on the platform. Once I get out of this field, I can take care of it if someone doesn't beat me to it. Yeah, for those who don't know, FG squared, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on, all that good stuff. But with that, plays a whole variety game, plays a lot of the same stuff we do. You know, has played Farm Sim 25, RimWorld, a whole bunch of other goodies. Lots of indie games, lots of good times there. So highly, highly, highly recommend. And all that. So definitely drop the file, check them out. They usually also stream like right after I do, which works out perfectly. Let's see, how does Stream Team help outside raids and such? And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. I do appreciate that. So, there's a lot of stuff that goes into. For example, with Halcyon Frequency, yeah, there's like, we don't have any like obligation that you are required to raid each other or anything like that. We do tend to raid each other because we do tend to play a lot of similar games. But you also have, for example, we host a number of events like the Rimworld Hot Potato, the Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato. We'll do the occasional game jam as well. And so organizing all that in a stream team is also a beneficial thing. There's also a visibility benefit that, say for example, I'm not on, and then someone could check out and see, oh, well here's someone else on Rual stream team. Because most stream teams, there are certainly exceptions, like if they're through sponsorship stuff or whatever. Most stream teams, generally speaking, will have similar vibes, similar content, that kind of thing. So there's the visibility side of it. It can also help with sponsors, because sometimes sponsors will want to sponsor the stream team because it's like a collaborative game or a competitive game. So like they'll want to sponsor the stream team as a whole, kind of go, hey, we want to get like 3-4 people in here. Let's get a bunch of you people you play together. There's lots of benefits. It's definitely not as significant as it used to be with hosting and everything, but it's still, there's a lot of value. But you could have it informal and most of the stuff would work the exact same. Yep. So we figure there's going to be a helicopter today, and there is a helicopter today. What did you just hear? Stream team stuff? Yeah, stream teams are also great for utilizing resources between streamers. So, like, when some new feature gets launched on Twitch, being able to be like, hey, here's this new feature, and we'll also have a lot of different people, like, trying and testing and tinkering with different stuff, and we'll go, well, I did this, and it's not working well for me, and, oh, well, I tried that other thing, it's actually been working out really great for me, okay, let me, you know, maybe I'll try that out. You know, you'll usually have some of us who tend to be more bleeding edge of trying the new thing. You'll have others who want to be a little bit more conservative. And it can kind of be a way of, like, hedging your bets, too. Like, say for example, I experiment with a new game to see how it fits, and it just doesn't land. But I have a huge shared audience with FG. So, like, my thing doesn't land. FG's doing something totally different, and it's doing fine. So I pivot. In a weird way, it's kind of a way that we can kind of maintain our mutual audience. Versus if I'm doing something that's just not landing, it might drive people away from my channel, and if I don't have a shared audience with someone else, I might not be able to get those people back. Not in a timely manner, at least. Let's see. You always ignored? Yeah, so that's the thing. It'll tell you the helicopter's coming. You really don't need to worry too much about the emergency channel unless you're doing multiple helicopters. It will warn you when, like, tropical storms are coming. And those can get you in pretty bad trouble if you're caught in the wrong time. But usually you wake up and you see the rain start coming down like buckets. And you just back off. And let me go ahead and get that shout out for Pankrara real fast. Because for those who don't know Pankrara, greatest pink squid on the internet. Has a really fun channel. Lots of jiggling keys kind of stuff where you can, like, you know, make cool little animations and sounds and all that play. Plays a lot of stuff like Resident Evil, a bunch of indie games, a bunch of, like, really kind of wild out there stuff. Does, like, a lot of video review kind of silly stuff. Really good times. So definitely check them out. Bit higher energy than here, but still chill, supportive times over there. Let's see, what are the times the helicopter can shows up? Starts at 9 a.m. Yeah, so it's 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. is the time the helicopter can arrive. It can stay longer than that, but for initially arriving. I'm just kind of wandering down the road with this helicopter. I'm mostly using this as a day to just wander. I'm gonna leave that one alone. There's nothing else around him. We're just gonna roll down the road till the helicopter shows up. Then we'll get someplace that'll be easier, just walk in circles and avoid the zombies. I'm gonna try and go with the strategy of, what if the helicopter we deal with is so far away, then, you know, going the... How long have I been playing this character in real-world hours? I don't really know offhand. Generally speaking, when you look at the in-game days, the low end can be about half an hour a day. The high end can be about 45 minutes a day. So right now we're at exactly 8 days. So it's going to be between that 30 minutes per day and 45 minutes per day. Yeah, someone may have pulled up the actual time. Because then there's also, like, considerations of time I've paused and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, about 5-6 hours does sound about reasonable. Because when you consider, like, the times I've paused, used the restroom, all that kind of stuff, you know, you could probably end up cutting a bunch of that time off, but it'd still be over 5. And that would pretty closely align with this. And yes, my days are set to 1 hour. It's just in practice, 1 hour days take about half an hour to 45 minutes most days.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting the sub to Coral Peapod.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting 5 subs to the channel, and then Valorant matching at for 2. So getting a total of 7 squared.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting the sub to Drago L1BE.
Yo, thank you for all that. Yep. And Merry Crimbus. I do really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that, FG. It means a lot.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting the sub to Daytime Cracker.
Alright, so we got a big field over here. And that's just kind of wilderness over there.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting
Oh,
the
I didn't
sub
drop
to
the radish
Ursus.
seeds. That's fine, whatever. Also, I'm running very low on food. Which is good, we got grape leaves. So we have food now.
Thank you FG Squared for gifting the sub to Breset.
Yeah, so, you know, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. You know, whatever you choose to celebrate or not celebrate, I
Thank
do
you
hope
Valorant for gifting the
you
sub
have a
to
good one.
Poopy__King.
Poopy King. I
Thank you Valorant for gifting the sub to Gibbs DLC.
can't type you're good. That's a weird worn patch. Alright, looks like we got a zombie over here. It's showing us a corpse. We obviously didn't kill it. She was cooking last time we saw her? Yeah, FG was doing a cooking stream. I didn't get to see it myself because that was the point. I was visiting the family and all that. But FG is definitely, like, of all the channels on Twitch, FG Squared is the channel I watch the most. Oh, we're down here. Yeah, this makes sense. So, like, just up left over there? Where were we that we were down here regularly? Because it wasn't the cultist run, I don't think. Because the cultist area is up there. Maybe I'm thinking a different spot? No, I think this is right, and then like over there is the garden center. I mean, while we wait, we can go walk over to the garden center. They'll probably have entirely too many zombies for me to do anything, but we're about to have a helicopter, so I do think taking the time to drag the zombies away from the garden center might be worth our while. Because we're on the far end of everything. The timing worked out perfectly? That's awesome. Just with, like, a lot of scheduling stuff that happened to us, because, one of Toom's coworkers had, like, a very serious medical emergency, so Toom had to cover. We end up having to, like, adjust our plans quite a bit. Not, like, she felt bad about it. I was like, it's not your fault. Like, that's company things. They didn't give you enough staff to be able to absorb, you know, 2 people being out. But yeah, so we end up doing, like, for the family, we end up doing lasagna. I am not where I think I am. So these are most likely going to be produce. Weirdly enough, the zombies only seem to be on the back half of that. Which I'm not really sure what I want to make of that. I'm not dragging those back from here. Most likely these will be produce. And honestly, as long as he's been here, yeah, the potatoes will be good and all that. I'm really not hurting for that. Oh, we should probably sit down and recover before we mess with anything over there, just in case they get bullied away. You watch about 50% of the cultist run and the run for Lynn. Never seen this area or the garden center. Yeah, we ended up... Where was our first run? No, the first run we went straight north and died because I managed to not find any water at all and dehydrated. I don't think that's worth it. Those are very clearly going to be produce. So me spending the time to try and peek in there is a good way of just getting ourselves hurt for no reason. No, we have not been here before. This is definitely someplace we haven't been here. Let's kill you and check some of these warehouses. I'm assuming it's all going to be produce. Okay, so there are some boxes by the door, so we can actually check pretty easy. Come on. Come on. There you go. And this is because we're training our carving. There's not really many options for early game carving. Okay, so what is in the boxes? Yep. Yep. Almost all rotten. We might be able to find, like, a potato or... There's a couple things that have longer shelf life, but you get the idea. Past the early game, hitting these types of warehouses, usually a waste of time. Yeah, no, there could be potatoes in here, but I'm not particularly hurting for food just as any kind of food. You think you saw planks and nails in the building... You think you saw planks and nails in the building south of you? You saw planks and nails? How did you see planks and nails? I mean, unless you saw, like, just... I mean, there could be a maintenance sale. We should also check... This we should check up here. This is all going to be garbage we don't care about. Oh, I combine two different messages? Wouldn't be the first time. You think you saw shelves in the... Oh, I see. Yeah, the problem is I don't have any, I don't have any hammers or that. I need maintenance one before I can make them. Ooh, okay. We can see that there's no zombies right at that window. So we can get that window open easy. There is a shelf that has a very good chance of having some tools on it in that one. It won't be much, but honestly, that could be a crowbar. I was waiting for an alarm so much. Or you're hot garbage and you have upset me and we never want to speak of this place ever again and I want to burn it down. But not really before everyone gets excited. I don't enjoy the fire. I'm assuming also produce. Yep. It's all gonna be rotten. Let's see, if you picked up a crate and replaced placed it past zombie, could it drop planks and nails? I actually don't know. I don't know the rules around that. Some things you can, some things you can't. A lot of them these days, if the zombie destroys it, won't give planks. Instead, they will give scrap wood. Yeah, not gonna bother with those ones. Especially since we're gonna aggro those. You had privilege of 5 house alarms your first 5 days in Echo Creek. Oh man, when multiplayer first came out for Build 41, the rate you'd get house alarms was just like bugged. And I definitely remember loading into a run where just loading in the house I was in multiplayer had a house alarm, so it instantly triggered since I was inside the house. So I had to run. I got to like another building a couple blocks later. I'm like, cool, I'm far enough away. Let me pop in. And I got a second house alarm. And like, crap. And so then I went all the way up to... I was in Riverside. I went up to that like little bait and tackle place. I'm like, cool. And it was a boarded up place. I'm like, heck yeah, it's a survivor house in this one. Let's go in. And it was another alarm. That one, I actually went still stuck in the area and killed zombies because it was a survivor area. I ended up getting a really good backpack really early. Yeah, so we're not doing anything with that house right now. I think with the redistribution of zombies, the days of finding a house that doesn't already have like a couple full rally groups on these pops doesn't exist anymore. So I'd imagine on lower populations, it probably will be the thing that you're just not going to find a place that doesn't have zombies anymore. You don't think you've seen a single survivor house since Build 42 dropped? I haven't, but I've also been playing on settings that make it kind of hard for me to explore that kind of thing in a timely manner. You've seen a few already? Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect that to be broken. There's a lot of things I would, you know, anticipate getting broken. What is brown and sticky? A stick. I've had that joke in this channel a good number of times, actually. Alright, that's spicy over there. Let's back off a little bit. Alright. So hang on, chat. We're about to have an ad break, and I have to use the restroom real bad. So I'm going to go do that real fast, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was, like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. We're going to take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy
Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Ha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And since there's two sides that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. Alright, gonna be real. That hard space shipbreaker clip, I noticed on the bottom it was like December sub goal back when I used to have the sub goals down the corner. I was like, no, that can't, there's no way that's been a year. There's no way that's been a year. That was 5 months tops. Don't lying to me. You like how all your clips are people dying or about to die? Yeah, so not sure if you're new to Twitch, but like that is what chat desires. If you can die in a game, they desire your death. That's all they want. Chat wants one thing and it's disgusting. You know you the way they are, chat. No, and I know you're not. I know you're not new, but it's just the teasing. You know what, sir? Oh, buddy. Gotta put on that fedora. Okay. No gas, get out. No gas, get out. You're rooted for Lamprey for like 4 months. And it killed like 1 million. Yeah, no, It really is a bummer that Lamprey got so close to the million, but just didn't get across the finish line. Like, that's the big tease. Like, he got all the way there and just did it. Let's add Shipbreaker to Star Citizen. Perfect game. But how would you be able to cut things at like 2 frames per second? I'm teasing, I'm being mean. Also, you know, kinda not true. Like, I'm being a little bit more harsh than is fair, but also, you know, yeah, I found the pigs were terrible. We did that previously. So let me quickly do this before we forget. Where the heck are we? So we're down here. So let's just go. We don't actually have a pig icon here. What am I going to use for my pig icon? Because I don't actually, like, I put the deer one there, and I kind of regret that, but I don't have any erasers, so I can't fix it. I don't know what you're supposed to be. Well, that's just a circle. The pigs are spades. Well, no, I'm gonna want the rabbit icon for actual rabbits, because I could put a bunch of rabbits into a box. Some chicks hatched in your fridge and you don't know how to take them out. Oh, that gets pretty dark. Oh man, the helicopter's still not here. This is gonna be an overnight one, because we also walked entirely too far for me to reasonably get back home. Just put some water in B, they'll be fine. Yeah, sure, we can go with that. That's an interesting trailer. Let's go on the other side of the fence so we're not aggroing quite as much. Don't worry, you can take them out when they become items. I was really hoping we get that sports car. I wouldn't want to use it long term, and it would probably be terrible, but sadly, for everything it did have, it had no gas. Weirdly, again, they're only on the one side of the building. I could probably tuck in here. That's a car wreck. That does us no good. This whole side's open, so we can go peek into that. I'm willing to bet this is following the style of the like pseudo-military barracks, like boot camp kind of things. That's probably a bathroom. This is probably showers. This is probably the canteen, and I have no idea. I'm guessing those will just be the barracks. My brain wanted to say dorms. Danger. Okay, that was a high-risk climb, man. Aw, tortilla chips. Oh wait, we can't open sardines easily like we used to, right? Didn't they change that? One second. Yeah. But you are straight up power food now. That's a weapon. And for the record, jumping through those windows is not a smart idea. A lot of magazines in there. They're all junk entertainment magazines. Alright. So I don't want to go in the bathrooms, and we're not getting in those barracks. So literally the helicopter showed up the second latest time it could show up. Because it shows up roughly on the hour. It actually arrives on the map on the hour, but it takes sometimes 10, 20 in-game minutes to arrive to you. And so it arrived at 6, and 7 p.m. was the limit. So that does mean we're unfortunately going to be out here, and it's going to get dark. And we just got to live that life. Oh, before I forget, it's the 17th. So we were right here. Helicopter. That's all sorts wrong. Helicopter first. 08/14/93. I was not even close. 07. I can't erase it. Cool. 0717. I don't have any erasers, so helicopter first. 07/07/93. Okay. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do this. $17. Well, hang on. We'll get it right one of these times. Helicopter first. 07/17/93. Okay. It's fine. Want to get an eraser, I'll fix all that. How your notes look. Let's see, do alt codes work in Zomboid? Here's one for pig. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. Now, I don't intend to absolutely, like, abuse the soda, because they're really broken powerful right now. But, I won't shy on using that at all if there's kind of a need for it. Okay, we can still use a little bit more grape leaves. Alright, so we got one pass fine. I actually have no idea relative to anything where I am now. So let's see. So we are down here. Okay, so we're gonna be west of that, and our house is there. So we are on, like, we cannot realistically get home tonight. Like, it'll be the next day before we get home. Even if we start going there right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, there's gonna be a 2-passer. We could still use a little bit of hunger, so let's just delete the stuff that's gonna expire. You're one group by yourself. Is there a survivor zombie in there? Not seeing one, so I guess we're okay. Oh no, there's something up here. There's a lot of zombies moving, so let's go to the right more. And see if maybe we could sneak in behind and snag something. Nope. That's okay. We're going north. We're going north. That way looks like we're going into town. That was a solid wall of zombies over there. Thank you, helicopter. All those zombies were going right... Ooh. I'm getting pincered. That's fine. And then they're cutting me off in the lead. Alright, now they're going to the east. Get that out of our way for a minute. That's a curiosity. Can't see what's down there. But I'm curious, and everyone knows curiosity is what saved the cat's life. The curiosity rewarded the cat. That's right, right? It's a construction site. The cat was not rewarded. The cat was filled with eternal disappointment and sadness. The cat was disappointed, and their day was ruined. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be the worst, but like all those zombies still swarming it. Get a pipe or whatever. But that said, for me personally, I've had pretty lousy luck in getting anything worthwhile out of the construction site since 42. We've checked that construction site. Well, that's not what I want. I'm waffling which way I'm going because they're cutting across the path ahead of me. And this is actually the kind of bad way you want to go, is you don't want to go like across the flow of traffic. Because as you can see, they're still swarming. I'm trying to go for this gap. Alright. That might not be a... oh yeah, I think that is a wreck. Not a proper wreck, like you can't loot it. But like, if we look at its repair, it's going to be horrendously bad. Ooh, a 3-passer. Okay, so open this. We are not climbing in that car. What we are going to do, though, is we're going to see if we can't pop the trunk real fast. I hate that you're not noticing me. Something good? No, garbage. I said literally nothing. Nope. They use the power of a lock. How dare. And like, it could have been unlocked, I could climb in and pop the trunk and all that, but with the zombies behind us, it's a lot of risk for what's probably going to be disappointing. It's just that building down there, so let's not worry about that. Okay. So we are getting towards... so this is, I believe, the 3rd pass, and it can only go for 4 passes on your default settings. The downside is it's going to be getting dark anytime now. The good side is, it looks like where those zombies are coming from is behind us, and I'm not seeing anything particularly enticing for the zombies up ahead. So there's a pretty good chance we can just walk away. But this is usually the reason why when people are like, oh, should I hide in the house and all that? It's like, no, technically you can do that. The helicopter still circles your area, though, and still drags zombies to where you are. And if you're near wherever you want to base up, you've just had a bunch of zombies drugged, like, on top of where you want to live. That generally, when you know the helicopter's coming, my biggest recommendation is go for a walk. Maybe not as far as I went on this time. I was just, like, exploring and just kept on going, and it really shouldn't have gone this far out, but it'll be fine. We can just walk out when we know we're in an area that's, like, super devoid of zombies. We can just go sleep on the ground or something. I mean, power's still on, so we might even get lucky if we find a major highway just having the road lights on. Does the helicopter leave sooner if it can't find you? I've heard rumors of that. I've never been able to confirm it myself. Generally speaking, I am 100% of the mindset of don't bother. Just... because again, you still have the zombies brought to where you live or where you're staying. You know, if you're in the middle of Louisville or West Point and it's still heavily populated, it's just kind of one of those things that you might as well, like, you're stuck there. Like, you get it. You go to the second floor, you crouch in the corner, you tuck your head between your legs, you openly weep, and you hope it all works out. Because there is absolutely nothing you can do to make your situation safer in that circumstance. Let's see, would you ever consider some profession runs in the future? Make a character like construction worker or chef and start with skills that reflect the job of the character? I mean, you can do that, but the only real difference there from what I'm doing now is it's just like, okay, I've just given myself a couple of points. Like, right now, with the pain spot that maintenance is in, I might consider just doing that, because a lot of runs, maintenance for right now doing the wilderness thing is pretty appallingly bad to grind up its first level. Once you get level 1, it's actually pretty quick. But it's just that very first level. Okay. So it's a number of zombies. It's more than one rally group, so it's not a survivor pack. So there's something up the road here on the right. The do-it-yourself guy has 2 maintenance? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Generally, the reason why I do the zero to hero thing is because the early game of Project Zomboid really is the place that Project Zomboid is at its best. Because it's the hardest the game ever gets in a run. Because for every day you survive, you get a little bit more skills, a little bit more resources to lean on, a little bit more capabilities. What is a survivor zombie? Every once in a while, you'll find a zombie that they'll be dressed up a little bit differently. They'll have a backpack. Sometimes they'll have like a weapon attached to their backpack. The idea is it's a zombie who was a survivor and got themselves a little bit of equipment. So sometimes they'll have books in their backpack, that kind of thing. And generally speaking, the 2 ways you find them is, one, if you're in the middle of absolutely nowhere and you see like a big group of zombies all just bundled up and just nothing else nearby, there's a very good chance, like say there's no other groups of zombies nearby, there will be because they're right by that building, but say that was all by itself, there'd be a very good chance that there'd be one zombie just chilling. Actually, no, I was say you might just find one in the middle of there that's got a bunch of goodies on them. The other time you can find them is you'll sometimes find what's referred to as a survivor house, and it'll have like the windows boarded up and all that kind of stuff. And again, the idea being, it is a house that someone who has survived the apocalypse was staying at, you know, until they eventually got caught, and you'll find, like, weapons and all that. So I can see literally absolutely freaking nothing. So I don't know what's up this way. I'm just getting away from that road. And we're just hoping that nothing shows up. I'm basically watching to see if we kick out a fast forward, and I'm just going to run if we do. Because you see what I see, chat? Abso-freaking-lutely nothing. And so there are people that's like, ah, Cat's Eye. It's so easy. This is with Cat's Eye. We have the thing that makes it so we see better. Oh, stop sighing. It's fine. And yeah, and I was gonna say, you know where we're gonna sleep, chat? Right here. That's where we're sleeping. Oh, you kidding me? I forgot to turn off the alarm. Can you go back to sleep? Fine. Ooh, you get real cold. You get real cold. Oh, there's zombies right down there. Okay, hang on, wait a second. Just don't mind me. I'm just gonna go right over here. Gonna drink our water. Gonna eat our berries. And we're gonna go back to sleep. And it's all fine. Like nothing ever happened. So, my understanding is right now in Project Zomboid, darkness is actually considered in your zombie's ability to locate you. Oh, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna walk really slow because I'm cutting across the field. You've slept in a field as well? That's actually something that ends up being really dangerous. There is a number of people who end up getting themselves killed sleeping in fields because the people come to harvest the field and... yeah. They don't see you, cause... you know... And usually people are like, but how? Oh, a cabbage field? Yeah, I mean... I guess they still might not see you, but it's very unlikely. And usually people are like, how did someone not wake up when the harvester came? It's like, yeah, usually they're horrifically inebriated if they're just going to sleep on the ground in a field. Not necessarily. They could just be, you know, in a bad situation. But usually if you're going to some random field and passing out, something's going on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm a little worried I'm going along the side of one of the towns right now. And if that's the case, I got a long hike. Through a field, apparently. At least you die in your sleep? I don't know. I'm not gonna figure it out. Yep, tired after a long party. 1 hour walk home. Field looked comfy. This is not my favorite. I do not imagine we're getting away without aggroing something. Alright, so I aggroed on both sides. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I'm almost home free. We're at nimble 0. I can't actually step out of a grab if you get a good lineup. Okay, we're good. Chase me now, nerd. I can go fast. No! Don't put the hotel with a pool in... Hey, don't turn towards me. Don't do that. Either way, we need to get out of this field because it's a death trap. Chase me now, nerd. Rual 2024. You heard me. I said what I said. Oh, I already ate all my poisonous berries. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just straight up heading into a city. But I don't think we really got a good choice to backtrack through that field, so you know. I'm guessing we're in Ekron right now? I don't really know. There's that jack we wanted earlier, but you know, it's kind of laying on the ground in an area with lots of zombies. Can I get away with popping the trunk? Can I see what's in your trunk, buddy? Nope. No, I cannot. Oh, that is not the right choice. Okay, well, we're going. We're going east. This seems to be a much happier part of town. Look, I mean, we just want to see this house. I'm just gonna stress eat some tortilla chips. 2 real. Alright, so you're not far behind me. You clear? You clear? You clear? That's garbage. Get out of here. Oh, I didn't check the box in the corner. It's too late. No, not more fields of corn stuff. I'm gonna try and skirt around this field. I too stress eat tortilla chips. Hey, I mean, I'll eat the tortilla chips regardless, but if you give me the excuse of being like, no, I'm only eating it because I'm under stress. Knee pad. That was epoxy. I think there was an actual weapon there, by the way. I just didn't get enough time to, like, properly look. I'm half hoping I can sneak into one of his backyards and hit up his shed and maybe find a crowbar or something like that. Right now, like, if I really, really had to get into one of his sheds, we could. It's just not worth it in my current situation. Because I could keep shouting and keep circling and slowly working down. Until, you know, we got the zombies away and I could poke in, grab something. They're losing their textures, there's so many. I don't think there's actually new music. They do have good new music. I believe this track is one of the old ones. I mean, okay, they've got the dynamic thing. That's changed. That would be fair, actually. Your food bar? Oh, that's fine. There's no big deal. That's sleepy up there. I'm actually not worried about this at all. I'm willing to bet that was Ekron down there. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the map again. Alright. I am going too far north already, so I need to go east. That's gonna be real bad, isn't it? I don't feel good about cutting through those fields. We're gonna go north and around. Yeah, no, it's fine. We can go to the right. Sorry. We can always go up this way. We can try and work our way east. It's fine. We have multiple bottles. Actually, do we have any more water? I mean, I got 2 things of soda, so in a pinch, we could just slam some sodas. Excuse me. Whoever's supposed to be maintaining this tree is too close to the road. Also, you've stopped painting the stripe. Might be the wildlife preserve. Ow. Got zombies over here. And zombies over there. Okay. So still zombies in the trees here. We're not actually out of the zombie area. They're just being really secret sized. That's the reason I was like, oh, I could cut through the trees. Or they're like, no. No, I don't think we're cutting through the trees here. I don't know this area. For all I know, there's like some hidden campus in the middle of there. Like some like hunting ground thing. And I'm gonna stroll up to it and be like just completely inundated with zombies. And not even realizing why it's getting real bad. Any glitches or bugs? Yeah, no, there's definitely bugs. I haven't seen too many that are bad. I would say the most egregious bug I've seen so far is like actually impacting a game is there is a situation you can get zombies to teleport, usually when you're shoving them right next to a window or fence. Where you kind of shove the zombie to the side, they don't fall over. and the zombie kind of just trying to decide if they're jumping through the window or attacking you or what. And it can get you killed. But I haven't personally witnessed it. I've only seen one clip of it so far. So it does exist as a bug, but it at least doesn't seem like it's a super common bug. And the workaround to not getting in that is don't screw with zombies near windows and doors if you can help it. You do have some balance issues that are maybe not bugged depending on how you look at it. Like you can kill adult pigs and literally lose calories eating them. Like, because you get so few calories, the action of going through everything is a net loss. So this is bad because we just keep going farther and farther west, and that's not what we want. And I was really hoping to find like a dirt road or something like that to cut east. Well, that's a path west, which is the other east, I guess. I'm not gonna go down it. I just want to go over here, put some line of sight with the trees over there. Yep, we're not gonna go that way. There might be something interesting down there, but right now I'm trying to circle back to where all our stuff is. Because the alternative is me move out here. If I knew there was water over there, I would be okay with it. But right now I got 2 sodas and walking. I know north there's water. Now granted, we might be heading towards one of the big cities up here north. And there's no way I'm going to be able to navigate that. But I'm kind of hoping we'll have a road fork over here. I'll be able to cut east. Yeah, we're getting real far up here. Yeah, that's because I walked way too far out of the way. And like I said, I don't know if that was Ekron we just passed or some like little town, but we did have like a little town we passed that it was like, oh, no, it's a proper city. I think that dirt road is just the southern side of this field. So it might not even have anything on it. It might just be the path that like circles the outside of the fields. Okay, so we do have a road breaking right, so we're going to take that. I should be foraging while we're doing this. You never know when I'll walk and I'll just find a saw or a magazine or... Like the last one we had the fishing book 1 dropped. I think we found like 2 magazines. Nothing amazing like the Gen magazine or something like that. Discarding. Okay, so we're not going to discard anymore, so it is taking the stamina still if I discard. And I don't get any XP if I discard, so... Literally, if it's not something to pick it up, we just keep walking. Big Rock, have a nice time. I want chipstones later, but we're already slightly overburdened. So the good news, this is cutting straight east. More than likely, this is heading to the east side, or the north side of Echo Creek. Obviously from the west, because we are coming from the west. So that does mean I'll likely, once I get over here, need to kind of like skirt around Echo Creek to get south to then circle back to where my home is. That's fine. This is actually not a bad idea, because we could get lucky and find a car wreck out here, or just like an abandoned car. You can have that where you'll actually have a perfectly good car. Like we had earlier, the car that was missing its wheel. Quite often the car missing its wheel will actually be a good car. Not always, but you get a pretty good chance. The big question is, will it have gas? I have a rat chasing me. Or I did. The rabbits were running all there. It was just like there's like one rat just following. It may have been a rabbit as well, like a baby one. Okay, I'm hearing zombies in the trees. I didn't see it. I'll take some broccoli. Thanks, man. Because technically, I think broccoli gives you 1 or 2 thirsts. It's nothing meaningful, but every little bit counts for just dragging that out so I don't have to hit the sodas till things get real bad. So the pro and the con here is it'll be pretty easy to hide ourselves in the trees in a pinch. The con is, it's also really easy for the zombies to hide themselves in the trees in a pinch. I see you, zombie. We do have a car accident up ahead. I think they're both Rexes and we can't climb in them, but we can check their trunks. So let's get rid of our one friend back here. All right. So we're going to go ahead and turn on foraging just in the off chance that there is a key laying around it. Yeah, someone's got a crushed door so we can never climb in. That's a spare. I don't think we need a second tarp, but I also don't really know, so we'll take it for now if I can make it happen. And you're empty. Moving on. Actually, there's something I don't want to just chuck in the back there. Yeah, for right now, get rid of that chunk of limestone. Get rid of those. I'm just dealing with... Oh, I got a bunch of junk in here. That's fine. What are cursed crops and why are crops cursed? I have no idea. Okay, so it is gradually getting later. Gonna eat the broccoli, because that should give us a little bit of thirst. We don't want to waste our time fighting any of these zombies. We're probably going to pick up more and then ditch them, and then pick up more, then ditch them, then pick up more, then ditch them. Your understanding is a crop has a chance to become cursed if you plant in a bad planting month. And I'm assuming a cursed crop basically means it's just not going to turn out well, like it's going to struggle. So we are starting to turn slightly north. I don't like that. We need to be going south. Ah, higher chance of disease. Gotcha. Makes sense. Still turning north. We're still... Oh, here we go. That'll work. So we got our fork in the road. We're going to go ahead and look and see what I can see in both directions. That's a different type of field than we've seen before. Alright. Yeah, so we're here, so we did. Oh, I know where we're at now. Okay, we're good. Yeah. So this is gonna drop down. There'll be a building off to the side. This is where the what is that? This is where my other character died. That's where this is. This is where the character before Ling died. So we go right down here. There's gonna be that place with all the animals over here. Which might actually work out really well for us, counterintuitively, because there's the giant fences. I might be able to sneak to that same. I don't think the character's name was Christy. I don't remember what the name was. You know, once they died, they were dead to me. But there was a house on the outside of the perimeter, not far from the gate, and it didn't seem like the zombies could figure out how to path in there. So there's a good chance we could sneak in there and grab some. We're gonna peek. If we do see any zombies like along that fence, we're out. Like we won't push it at all. But that might give me a good place to drop in for one sleep. We do not want to try and hold that spot though, because there is a gate just southwest of it, close enough to be a problem. And so if I go there and we have like a meta event, then everything goes to hell. But for the moment, we shouldn't have to worry about that. And like I said, if it gets too dark and I don't feel comfortable, we bail. If we have a meta event, we bail. If it looks like we're going to aggro more zombies, we bail. Like, this place goes from everything's fine to a million real fast if anything draws the zombies north. But I'm kind of hoping we'll be able to just go. It's also possible with the lack of meta events and helicopters we've done in this area, we might just see the house and it might just be swarmed. And like I said, we see that, we bail. I heard you go, I don't think there's gonna be a This is negotiable. We have a plan with basic safety in mind. That if anything fails the sniff test, we bail. Okay. So it should be right over here. Yeah, it's right down here. There's that shorter fence. Nope. 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 I'm absolutely getting spotted through the windows. Because right now, we're not aggroed. We're fine. We're safe. We can just walk away and worry about this tomorrow. And by that I mean never coming back here in any near-time future. Okay, so without the meta events, that place is just a bad time. Good to know. So, in the future, I know to not try and sneaky in the back unless I've done helicopters net that drew the zombies south from here. The good news is, this forest over here and this area right here seems completely vacant of anything. Okay, so you're very tired. Alright. Yeah, okay. I was actually doing exactly that, Hermf. It's like, okay, we're gonna take a little while to get to sleep. Let's not do the thing where we get to sleep and immediately wake up because of the alarm. Because we just had the helicopter, so I don't need to worry about it. Okay, so we're a little bit peckish. We can go ahead and eat more flowers. Alright, so that's a no dice. But yeah, we did notice down in this area, like very genuinely, it is a, there's a bunch of animals down there. It's like a wildlife preserve or whatever. Drink? I'm not gonna do that yet. The sodas give an absolutely absurd amount of hydration. Oh no, the pond. No, I'm not climbing over the fence. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Keep in mind, I'm at like 1 strength or 2 strength and 0 fitness. And it is extremely brutal to your endurance to climb fences, even more so than it used to be, and causes muscle strain. So I'll just wait. We're not far from home now. I just didn't want to try and cut through all this stuff in the dark. As we look here, I am right here, and our home's there. So honestly, if I cut to the right and follow the river, that would work. But I'm probably going to cut down and see if we can't snag something from the sheep farm on the way through. But yeah, that's a trough. Yeah, that's kind of the thought. A trough and or sheep. And like I said, we're not going to cut through the woods this time. We're going to just go through the fields where I can see the zombies from a mile away and just don't go in their direction. Yeah, but this is an interesting location with all those tall fences. I do low-key feel like you could potentially just go inside that perimeter and just stay away from the main building other than your slow clearing until you got it. You'd have to just make sure very carefully you never have the med event or the helicopter draw them straight to you, and if you do, you just abandon. Just nope out. Unless you've cleared enough that it's not a problem. Yeah, because there's zombies on that side, but you notice we're going to get almost all the way down to those farms before I expect to see anything. Okay, so let's cut over here. We're starting to see the zombies on this edge. So a sippy sip of soda. Can you have the camping mod of the tent and the cooking bot? Do you have... I'm not running like any mods other than minimal display bars. This is the only mod I have is right here. Minimal display bars, which just gives me information. That said, you don't need a camping mod. Like, tents are just a thing. You can just make them. That's actually why I grabbed the tarp. That's one of the hard to get ingredients for making a tent. And then cooking pots. I don't have a cooking pot in this run yet, but they're not super hard to come by. Okay, so we're almost to where we can grab the sheep. And I do actually happen to have 2 rope on me, I believe. What skill do you need to make a tent? I actually don't think you need one. I believe it's just under outdoors. You just need the materials. I could be wrong about that. I know I built them before in the past. I don't think they change. Yep, no recipes or anything. You just need the stakes, the wooden rods, and a tarp. There's a couple different alternatives you can use. But you get the idea. You just need like 2-3 things. Alright, so we could just keep cutting down here. We're almost to the farm. I don't want to aggro the stuff way out here if I don't have to. So we're going to try and just get on past here to the farm. This one might have to die. Yeah, this one probably has to die. I don't think I can cut through there without risking aggroing both sides. But the quality of sleep with the camp alone is poor. Yeah, but honestly, poor sleep is not a big deal. Like, as long as you're getting sleep and it's not literally sleeping on the ground, where I don't know what it's considered, but it's like, oh, I didn't even see you. Less than poor. It doesn't really matter. Honestly, genuinely, getting the higher quality sleep can be a little bit annoying. And the reason why it can be a little bit annoying is you run the situation where your character gets really good sleep. They sleep so very briefly that you go to bed at dark and you wake up at dark and you're just like, well, I guess I'll just stand around here and do nothing for a while because I can't run around in the darkness. And now with the lights the way they are, you also have to be very, very careful about not being able to see. Am I doing in time? Okay, we're doing alright. We're not looking to aggro them. We do have a sheep here. I'm gonna go check on that sheep. Yeah, no, I understand you don't get all of your fatigue. But in practice, it ends up being only like the tiniest amount. Very, very genuinely, in my my big marathon runs where I've set records and all that, the go-to for me is a tent in a gas station bathroom because I just get to the next gas station bathroom check. So you're well fed and all good there. So I can probably snag this relatively okay. How'd you update to build 42? Yeah, so you just go into Steam, properties, betas, and you look for unstable. Yeah, Will's got you. Don't do that. You can make noise and I'm gonna alert more people and I'm not gonna be happy. Okay, so grab these. I can fit them in my bag this time. How heavy are you going to be over? Extremely. So we are going extremely overburdened again. Okay, so I only got 2 segments of rope, so we're not going to try and grab all of them. Yep, no, I'm already on it. We got a ram down here. There, this will help a lot. Have you tried the CDDA scenario in build 42? I have not done in build 42. I've been doing my 16 times pop stuff. So the question is, if I take you past a fence, will you be able to go over it, or are you going to just glitch the heck out? Because I'm really kind of worried you're going to be like, nah, man, can't do it. Can't do it, won't do it. Because if I have to drag them all the way back up, I don't think we're actually in a good position to do that. Because it overloaded's pretty bad. Well, there's only one way to find out. Okay, you're still attached. What do you do when I keep going? Do you glitch through, or do you just keep... You're starting to turn red. I got the memo. Okay, so here's the plan. Drop those so we're not super overburdened. Was in that scenario you died in the farm? Only random encounter? Do you have a thing for that? I mean... Don't you dare. Let's get a little ways away. Now for CDDA, the strategy of still like go to the farm. They're going toward your house now. The good news is up here they're gonna hit that lake and get stuck. So we should still be relatively okay. The bad news is I think what's gonna happen is gonna be dragging these here, and the zombies are gonna startle it. They're gonna go to the extreme distance. And when they do, why are you faster than me? Is it because I am dragging the sheep? That's an interesting thing. Maybe craft ramp? I don't think there's a ramp that you can craft at all. Like, I just don't believe that's a thing that exists in the game. Like, it's fine. He's faster than me, but not faster to the point he's actually gonna be able to do anything with it. And you joined this side? Good sheep. Don't stop running that far. Okay, this seems bad. No, I can just drop the sheep anytime I want. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sprint over here, hop the fence, walk along the fence so the zombies hop over, and then hop back over the other way. Sheep, no! Stop, sheep! Come on, buddies. Buddies. Well, the worst thing is I couldn't get him to go the other way around before. Alright, so that's... Okay, so follow me, all of you. Hey, sorry, sheep. I'm about to scare the living bejeebus out of you. Oh, come on. Keep. This is really annoying.
Hey!
So why does suddenly go over? Yeah, it's kind of... It makes sense that you get slowed when you start dragging the animals, but it also really sucks. Alright, so I'm just trying to lead them away so I can go get the sheep back. Okay, the ram is way over here, so that's actually good. That's far enough away, we might be able to speedy run over this way. Grab the ram. Come on, get over here. Grab you. Now hop over this fence, forcing you to go the whole way around. Come on. Pick it up. Okay. So now, if I can get over to this field, I can probably sit down for a minute and recover some endurance. Shh. Just give me a minute. You'll be fine. Alright, so we've got that. Are you still attached or... Oh yeah, you're still attached. Okay. Yeah, so it seems like you get too far, the rope gives. Hey, Sim, thanks so much for the holiday wishes. I hope you've had yourself a good holiday. Can I get a shout out for Simcopter1, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. They highly, highly, highly recommend check it out. Been doing some hardcore World of Warcraft among other things. So that sounds like your jam. Definitely check that out. We're just getting ourselves some sheeps. Bringing them home to our cabin in the woods. Oh yeah. No, Simcopter 1's fantastic. What'd your shirt say at the bottom? Oh, it says, I tried. So it's nice, naughty, I tried. And I tried is penned in and checked off. Merry Christmas, well, thank you. Don't turn towards me. I want to pick up those if we can. We'll see. Pretty sure we're aggroing that. What makes me curious is if I can shove... Okay. If I could shove over the zombie... Yeah, I figured that was going to be it. Alright, so we're going to try killing a zombie with the sheep. I've already read that magazine. Not gonna worry about that. First, put those in there. It's too heavy. Put it away. Really, still overburned. You can have that fillet knife back. I didn't take... Oh, take the spear. Surprised you're marked as fully on overloaded. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. The ram should be aggressive towards... aggressive towards the zombies? No. So the thing is, right now, zombies cannot attack the animals. If we give the animals the ability to attack the zombies, we need it to go both ways. And if the zombies are permitted to attack the animals, what that means is the moment you ever have a meta event near your base, you just lost all your animals that take for freaking ever to raise. So it is one of those things that you could say, sure, realism, whatever, that kind of thing. But in the gameplay balance, counterbalance kind of thing, it does mean you'll just be punished, and at that point, you would probably just not bother with animals ever. Yep, so this time versus cutting through the trees, we're just trying to follow the farm. We're going to try to avoid any fights with zombies while we're overburdened dragging some sheep behind us. Surprised bothering a sheep? Sheep give milk. Milk makes butter. Butter gains calories. They're not as good as cows, but it'll also be a bit lower effort. You're really not a fan of the target changes? Which target changes are you talking about? Do you mean like the aiming with the gun? You didn't know you can milk sheep? Yeah. I don't think targeting has changed. Yeah, no, fishing is also extremely strong for gaining calories right now. I don't really want to cut in here. One second, sheep. I'm trying to deal with it. I just want to get out in the open. Let's see. It's something Red talked. It aims at the thing closest to that. Closest to the reticule versus the closest melee. So you can fumble a swing and push easily. I'm not experienced it. Now, granted, Retinaro is a source I absolutely trust. But for me, for melee, I've not noticed a difference. Now, for guns it's absolutely changed. And I have no idea what the changes impact. Because that now you actually want to put your cursor over your target. Not anymore, TOT. They've completely gotten rid of spearfishing. It's gone. No more spearfishing. You know, so many times. Interesting. So I've done the very rare pushing the zombie behind the lead zombie, but I did that back in build 41 too. It was very infrequently. But like every once in a long while. Please stop circling when I accidentally push you and you'll probably get mad about it. No, it's all time now? Gotcha, I just haven't personally been experiencing it. Interesting. I wonder why I haven't been running into it, because I've certainly been fighting. At the moment, I'm not fighting much because I'm dragging these sheep. If your cursor is behind, you'll push the farthest instead of the lead zombie. Your cursor game's probably got better discipline. Maybe. That could be what it is. But yeah, like I said, I know it happened to me on the very rare occasion in build 41. Alright, we've almost got them home. What's going to happen when you get swarmed? Yeah, like right now in this run we haven't had good examples, but on some of our last ones we were fighting, you know, like 5, 6, 7, 8 zombies at a time. Granted, I'm not pulling giant groups because we're doing challenge stuff, so my ability to fight just a giant group all in one go, like we got to ramp up to that. We were in that area where we're starting to feel that in the cultist run. Home sweet home 2 days later? Oh yeah, that's gonna happen. And with this, we have ourselves some sheep. All right. Well fed, not thirsty. And we're not going to get milk unless they have a baby. So you're going to have to deal with that. But that does give us that possibility. Now, next thing to do is take this out of here and put in our main bag. Ever hear East phrasing jokes? I have not, because I didn't even realize that was like a breed of sheep to begin with. So I am curious if they're going to forage, so I am going to ignore giving them more materials right now. Do I have the thing to dig furrows? Yes, I do. Because I believe both the broccoli and the carrot we plant today. Did you came across this Project Zomboid live stream? So you marked it on the map? Nice. There's a place in North Germany. People live there and they have very self-deprecating sense of humor. Gotcha. The one thing I will preface this is if this joke is gonna be something like, you know, something that reasonably auto mod should catch, kind of thing. If you catch my drift. I don't necessarily run this as quote unquote safe for work, but the joke I usually have about it is I usually keep my content to, I'm okay if you get some side eye from the boss. I'm not okay if the boss feels the need to stand up and talk to you. That's kind of where we're at in the spectrum for safe to work. When the boss has that long sigh and they get up and they go, come on, man. Like, don't make me make this a thing. Then it's a problem. I see you're not doing the checkerboard method. Did disease hopping change? Not that I've seen, but I'm also much lazier than I used to be. And honestly, with how incredibly long the crops have to live for now, part of me is kind of in a self-defeating attitude of just being like, I can't be bothered. That foraging works so much better. Yeah, it's exactly. I'm very much like, if they die, they die. Some of these crops, with how long they're gonna take to grow, literally my motivation to grow them has been really trashed for the stuff that has longer ones. Like the garlic having like 200 something day grow period or whatever. It's like, I'm not watering it for 200 days. I'm probably not gonna be in the same base for 200 days. But I'm still gonna put the seeds in the ground because they're in my inventory. Yeah, no, it's like, there are some crops that are only like 30 days and 60 days and all that, but there are a couple of crops that are, in my opinion, just not reasonable in how long that they take to grow now. Okay, so we can't do that. See, what do eat Foraging do when the tide goes out? They sell plots of land to Australians? Oh, Austrians, I'm sorry. Very different thing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't get it. Gonna be honest, don't get it. That might be a me problem, but you know. So that can be used as a weapon. It's German humor. Is funny. I'll just take your word for it. Because like I said, me, don't get it. Let's see, we can go ahead and wash ourselves just because. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and not keep pushing that because it's getting dark. So the water is turned off now. The electricity is still on for the moment. I was hearing things and I was like, am I actually alone? There's not some zombie just chilling in the corner waiting for their moment? Been waiting for this moment their whole life? Alright. You are not tired enough to sleep. That is not something I was anticipating dealing with there. So that's okay. I mean, I guess we're just doing some exercise. I've been avoiding the exercise a little bit because of the muscle strain thing. Oh, right, we drank the soda, and the soda right now is, like, super broken in how much energy it gets. I actually... Can you read with that light? Probably. It is a light. We can find out. I can pull out a map. I can read. Oh yeah, no, that's all of the new stuff when it comes to consideration of the hydration. Like drinking milk does the same thing where it just gets busted super high. Alright, so just trying to kill a little bit of time to let me actually try and sleep. This is really suboptimal. I actually don't know where the cutoff is from us being able to sleep or not. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, please, don't make it. That's fine. Alright, so with that said, chat, I'm not gonna go as late as I've been going the rest of the nights. I gotta go use the restroom. I wanna stretch my legs. It's been a long day, and I got like 2 hours of sleep last night because I got to drive half across the state to visit family. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is, if you're watching over on YouTube, I cannot host out to someone else until I have enough subscribers, and last I checked, I don't. So if you don't mind subscribing, that will help it so I can host out, which is equivalent of rating on Twitch, so I'd appreciate that. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go find someone for us to raid. So let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen. And again, thank you for everyone who has been hanging out, and I hope everyone, whatever you